Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
It has been a blockbuster.
Hot shots fire.
The legend.
Sharpshooters strike.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is in seventh heaven.
And thrill seekers zoom. There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.
Golden Dagen. Aware neg heavy air through that. Heavy air through that. The petty will flick.
How good is that? If that doesn't get your juices flowing for the Cazoo UK Championship, which starts at the Barbican on Saturday, then nothing will. Welcome back to the first part of Judgment Day. 48 hours that will define the lives of 32 players bidding to join the top 16 in tomorrow afternoon's draw. Ken Doherty with me here in the studio and the commentary box. Ken, the first thing we have to reflect on, especially for those who missed it this afternoon, your great friend, our sport's ultimate ambassador, the evergreen whirlwind Jimmy White, beating Dominic Dale, getting himself in the last 32 of the UK champs for the first time in 12 years. It was absolutely extraordinary.
It was amazing. What a wonderful achievement for one of our greatest exponents, one of our greatest ambassadors, and a guy that, you know, everybody on the circuit loves. And it's going to be so great to watch him walk out, you know, out into the arena in the Barbican in York. Former UK champion, of course, won it 30 years ago, and he's still going at the ripe young age of 60, and what a great achievement. And he's not going to stop there. You know, he's not happy. That's the great thing. But an amazing achievement of just getting there and being a part of that draw tomorrow.
And actually, I've got to say, from a personal point of view, having the opportunity to introduce him at the Barbican, you know, 30 years almost to the day since he won the title, arguably his greatest triumph, along with winning the Masters probably in '84, beating Parrott, who was the defending champion. The roof's going to come off the Barbican.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be quite an emotional walk-on for sure, you know, and I think the crowd will really, they'll probably give him a standing ovation. I wouldn't be surprised, because he deserves it, you know, and just because of his, you know, the effort he keeps putting in year after year, without getting too many results, you know, and that must be very, very difficult for someone who was at the top for so long. But he's just his sort of insatiable appetite for and love of the game just comes through every single time, and it's just great to see that he's been rewarded.
We're a quarter of the way through our 2 days of Judgment Day, if you like, and I think the headline already is that the vast majority of the players are loving the fact that they've tweaked the format, because those who make it through are walking out already down to 2 tables, front and centre. Judgment Day Mark II, which we started for the World Championship, seems so far, Touchwood, to be a great success.
I think so. I think, we've campaigned for the change of this structure, and thankfully that World Snooker has listened to us, and I think it's great for all the players. Not only great for the players at the top because they're already seeded through, but also great for the players down the bottom and in the middle because they're playing guys of their own sort of stature. You know what I mean? And there's tiers all the way to get to the top 16, just like in the World Championship. And I think it suits everybody because even the guys at the bottom can play their own little pool. They can get some money, get some points on the board, and progress from there. And of course, there's that carrot of playing. And when you get to the venue this year, it's going to be completely different because it's just 2 tables. When it was 4 tables, there was too much going on. The crowds didn't know when to clap or when not to clap on different tables. Now the focus is going to be on 2 tables, and that's going to make the tournament more prestigious because I think it's lost its way over the last 5 or 8 years, but now it's going to be completely different, and it's going to be a real proper tournament, back to where it belongs.
Here. And isn't it fascinating to see how certain players thrive in this Judgment Day scenario?
Yeah.
Jamie Clark is a great example. He was looking like he was going to go 6-0 against Dwayne Jones, a guy he came up through the Welsh junior ranks with. Dwayne did really well to get 3 frames on the board. Remember, he hadn't won a match this season until these qualifiers, and he'd knocked out Anthony McGill with a succession of big breaks. 6-3 in the end, but Clark has just got the right mentality when it comes to Judgment Day. Those who thrive under pressure will do well. Well,
I think that would suit. As I said, it suits Jamie Clark. He's got through this before in the World Championship twice, as you mentioned, and it suits players like him. Great to see Dwayne Jones get 3 matches under his belt. Jimmy, of course, 4 matches now to qualify, and there's lots of other stories that. Lots of other players will benefit from this type of structure. You can't have it for every event. The home series is different. But this has made the UK, I think, as I said, it's been one of the biggest tournaments on our calendar for years and years, but it's lost its way until now. I think it's really back to where it belongs,
I agree, and it's been brilliant to see Judgment Day.
I would just like to say one other thing that maybe down the road, it could go back to best of 17. I don't know. A lot of the players would like it. Maybe, I don't know whether the public would like it or not. I'm sure they would, but that's where it used to be. Maybe a lot of the players would like to see it go back to 17s as well.
I don't think that will be the last time that conversation is alluded to.
That's for another day.
Over our Judgment Days and also when we're at the Barbican. Right, so let's turn our attention to tonight then.
Yeah.
Table 1, Robbie Williams against Hossein Vafaei. What a great match because Hossein so close to being in the top 16, but he's got to face a man who'll be riding high after making it through to the British Open semis. We were there for ITV4, Ken. What a run to the last 4 that was by Robbie. Fascinating match on Table 1.
Yeah, really top match there. I think it could go pretty close. I think Robbie, as you said, riding on the crest of a wave. Hossein Vafaei, winning that shootout last year, giving him great confidence. He's a top player as well, knocking on the door of the top 16. So he really needs to win as well to try and get into that elusive top 16 and then a possible place in the Masters. So that's going to be a fascinating game on Table 1, yeah.
Table 2, Zhou, lest we forget, made the semi-finals a couple of years ago when we were behind closed doors. Runner-up in Northern Ireland, taking on Jack Jones. He showed us his class, making it the semis of Gibraltar earlier this year. That's a cracking match on 2.
Yeah, that's a cracking match as well. Zhou, a really top player, and played really well to get to the final in Northern Ireland. So he's playing with a bit of confidence as well. I think he's going to be tough to beat. Matthew Stevens against Yize as well. That's another cracking match. Former champion, of course, Matthew Stevens, and he's going to be up against another young Chinese protege who's really got bundles of talent. That's going to be an interesting one.
And what about a Table 3? We all marvelled in Andy Hicks turning back the clock in style. Was it 95 when he made the semis?
Yeah.
The same year that he made the semis at the World Champs. And last year, he managed to go all the way to the quarterfinals, and he's taking on Lyu Haotian, who's had a couple of deep runs at various events already this season. Yeah. Surely we can't see another old guy turning back the clock in style, can we?
Well, you never know. He's done it before, and he's worn the T-shirt. More experience, of course. But Lyu Haotian playing with a lot of confidence. As you said, he's got some really good results over the last couple of months, and he'll start favourite. But Andy Hicks, don't be surprised if he causes another shock.
What is it they say about him? Devon knows how they make him so creamy. I'm not sure whether I'm going to go with that line if he makes it through. But anyway, great insight and analysis from Ken Doherty, who will be joining the big man Dave Hendon in the commentary box very shortly. Dave, I know you really, really enjoyed this afternoon. It was almost an emotional moment for all of us to be in the presence of greatness, which is what Jimmy White produced to make it through to the last 32 once again. I wonder what great drama we're going to see this evening on tables 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Can't wait to find out, Rob. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got a good mix of experience and young players. These are the 4 tables we'll be jumping about between them. So we've got Matthew Stevens and Andy Hicks, 2 of the older players on tour. Some of the younger brigade, like Yize of China, Zhou Yulong, who's been in the final this season. Robbie Williams has been in the semi-final. So promises to be an entertaining evening. Table 1 is Vafaei and Robbie Williams. Vafaei, who made his Crucible debut last season. So let's drop in on table 1 and just enjoy a few moments of this early on. Well, you wouldn't have enjoyed this, actually, Hussein, missing that red. But yeah, it's another big session of snooker. 4 players into the hat already, and another 4 to come this evening. 8 more tomorrow, and then we have our 32-player draw set for York. Yeah, Robbie Williams had that great run to the semis of the British Open, just lost out to Ryan Day 6-5 in what was a bit of a thriller on the Saturday night. And they did actually play each other in the Welsh Open last season, where Vafaei got to the semis. He won 4-3 in the second round. Ah, the drama starts again, Ken.
Yeah, here we go again. How many black ball finishes will we have tonight? That was interesting earlier. I mean, as well as Jimmy White, of course, we had the drama, that black ball finish, hadn't we? The respot with Zhou and Tian Panfei. This could be a really interesting match. Robbie Williams buoyed with that run to the semi-finals. Up in the British Open, Vafaei, of course, the winner of the shootout. Very talented player, this Vafaei, from all the way from Iran. Become a hero to many over there. A very popular sport in Iran, snooker is. I'm going to be watching him, I'm sure. I'm hoping he gets to the final stages. But he's good against a man who's playing with a bit of confidence, Robbie Williams. I like the way he plays. He gets really on with it. You know, he's deceivingly a very, very quick player, Robbie Williams. He doesn't mess about. Average shot time, I'd say it must be only 20, 21 seconds on overall the season, Dave. I'm not quite sure. You can have a look, but I played him during the season, and he plays very, very quick indeed. I like the way he plays.
Yeah, 22. You weren't far off. Yeah, he's certainly up there. Yeah, I think he made an effort a couple of years ago actually to quicken up, because he was a little on the methodical side, and you know, you don't want to go too far down that road, do you? Because that wouldn't have been how he played when he first started playing snooker. Yeah, it's a tough draw, this, isn't it? He's got current form coming in. Vafaei obviously his favourite, but favourites don't always win.
It's a good shot, isn't it? He couldn't have played that any better. This pack it's not a great pack to go into. He's going to have to really dig into the cue ball here to try and get any reds to pop out. You could lose the cue ball up the balk here. Yeah, it wasn't straightforward, that. One has popped out, but not an easy pot by any stretch of the imagination. This one into the bottom left corner pocket, and if he misses it, I think the red at the bottom of the pack will pot it, so he may not even take this on. Both players will be going for their shots. I mean, Vafaei is a very attacking player. Lovely cueist. We saw how well he you know, in that shootout, he just played like it was almost, you know, he loved every single minute of it. Never even dared to look at the clock or was worried about the clock at all.
Yeah, and last year in York he beat Mark Selby in the last 64. That was, of course, the previous format, but that was on TV, 6-2. Robbie Williams best in this tournament, 2015, got to the last 32. That's the round, of course, they're trying to get to this evening.
One.
Now this time it's a better angle on the black, and he's got to try and maybe get into the left-hand side of the pack as we look here and screw the cue ball back over the left-hand side of the table because he's got a loose red. There you see. Now is he on this red into the middle? He'd be unlucky if he's not. Oh, well, that is unlucky. He stopped in his tracks, which tells you. I mean, he played the shot perfect. He wanted the cue ball on that left-hand side of the table for that loose red, if nothing popped out of the pack. And a red has come over and covered it. Maybe this red pots into this bottom right corner pocket. Well, it didn't. It went off the other red, so... Now, where's the cue ball gonna finish? He's okay.
One.
Yeah, Vafaei hasn't quite got going yet this season. Last 32 Northern Ireland Open, his best finish so far, because was in the Champion of Champions, but lost to John Higgins in round 1. He's 20 in the world rankings, so he's in that group of players just outside the top 16, trying to kick down the door and get in. Ryan Day, number 16, he's actually quite a way ahead of number 17, and both McGill and Walden, who were just behind him, lost. But of course it's big money in the UK, so there's opportunity for somebody maybe to really change their fortunes, not just financially, but in terms of the ranking position as well.
8.
But the game's hard enough without thinking about all that. This is a tough match to call, I think.
9.
Vafaei hoping to settle in straight away.
Yeah, this is where he sort of excels. He's got a really nice cue action. We've got plenty of cue power as well when he needs it. There you see, just lovely reaction off the cue ball. But he used to live in Ireland at one stage and lived there for a couple of years just outside Dublin in Navan, County Meath. Practiced in Navan Snooker Club there. Was looked after by a good friend of mine, Chris Singh, at one stage.
24. 25.
Just having a look at one of those reds just above the black will pot into the left centre pocket.
$32. 33. 40.
Just a little bit closer to this left-hand side cushion than he would have liked. So I'll have to play for the black back into the left corner pocket. Well, no, he's digging down now. He was going to play it. Now he's trying to hold it for the black and the right. Oh, nice
41.
shot. Now he's got an angle. Will he go into those three reds and try and open them all up? Or will he play for the loose red? He's playing for the loose red. I know he did come around and have a look at the left hand of the bunch of 3 into the left middle, so maybe it's potable.
49.
We'll soon find out after this shot.
Vafaei is actually 7th on the list. The average shot time is just 19.5 seconds. He doesn't mess around either. That's for this season. The World Snooker Tour website, they publish it. It's a bit of a sort of name and shame exercise for some people.
I think it's been fantastic, though. I think players have become more aware of their shot time when they weren't before. And because of
57.
that, they speed up now and try and play a little bit quicker. Some don't. But that was a wonderful shot into the left centre pocket. Let's open up the 2 reds. This is a really good start from Hussein. As I said, he's a really good score. He's got a good cue ball control. We've seen that
64.
throughout this whole break. He's really improved
65.
so much over the last, particularly the last couple of seasons.
So already
72.
looking good here with 47-point lead, 43 on this red to make absolutely sure. First frame, this is impressive.
73.
Robbie Williams had early chance, but he's seeing here Vafaei in pretty determined form tonight so far. And he's not done yet in this frame.
81.
Terrific pot.
Yeah, lovely pot down the cushion with the rest, and now we can make a century. But this has been a wonderful break, and well, left-handed now as well.
86.
Robbie Williams counted himself a little bit unlucky with the split on the reds. This break could have been his.
89.
Well, very impressive start so far.
Yeah, exactly how you want to lay down a marker in frame 1.
$93.
This is the table all the drama happened on this afternoon. Jimmy White beating Dominic Dale.
98.
And Iran's Hussein Vafaei has opened with a century break. Brilliant stuff. 6th of the season. Beat Azjadik Bell of Pakistan in the last round. 6-4. It was a bit of a battle, that one. He had to win the last 3 frames.
11 in the frame.
But here tonight he's won the first frame and looking good already as he attempts to join the lineup at the Barbican. So I think table 4 could be our next port of call, because Matthew Stevens, who's a former UK champion, he's up against young Wu Yize from China, just 19. Matthew, 2003 was his year, beat Stephen Hendry in the final there. And had lost in a couple of UK finals actually to John Higgins and Mark Williams. And he's made a good start as well. As you can see, he's not far off securing this opening frame. Player who has gone AWOL a little bit in recent times, but good run in this event can only help. He's 60 in the world, so you feel Matthew Stevens should be a lot higher than that.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. He's had some impressive wins already this week. Wonderful player. Former UK champion, of course. Been to the final of the World Championship a couple of times as well. Came very close to winning it against Sean Murphy, didn't he?
Yeah, and already this week, in fact, in the last round, he beat Fang Zhengyi, of course, just at the weekend. We saw in the semi-finals of the Champion of Champions, having beaten Neil Robertson and Ryan Day. But Matthew Stevens really hitting the ground running here, like Vafaei.
81.
Chance to make a century of his own. Zhou Long has also won the first frame against Jack Jones on table 2. We'll be jumping around all the matches this evening, trying to bring you the best bits, and of course we'll have interviews with the players who qualify as well. Well, something in the air already this evening. We've seen the century on table 1 here on table 4. Matthew Stevens for century his own. Yeah, he's still got a lot of fans, Matthew, and they'll be delighted to see him making this excellent start.
Yeah, it's a very good start. Perfect start in this best of 11. One visit. Lays down a marker, doesn't it?
105.
His opponent is a very talented young boy as well from China. Yize plays up in Dingzhou Academy along with Zhou, who qualified this afternoon. Looks very impressive, Matthew Stevens. Plays obviously a brisk pace as well. Very high scorer when he gets going. Don't know how many century breaks he has in his career, Dave, but I'm sure you'll know very, very quickly. But it'll be a good few as well. And anyway, I know that
340 plus this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in his heyday, that was the game, wasn't it? And of course, he came through. We talked about the class of '92, but he came through just after that with of course, his very good friend, the much missed Paul Hunter. That's the sort of next wave of stars. This has been terrific. 126 from Matthew Stevens, so we've seen 2 frames, 2 centuries. I think we'll take that for a start to the evening. Table 3 is interesting, I think, because that's a close frame between, well, youth v experience here, Lyu Haotian of China and Andy Hicks, who got to the quarterfinals last year, as Rob was saying at the start. Lyu Haotian just 24, Andy Hicks 49. Lyu Haotian's been in quarterfinals of the British Open and Northern Ireland Open this season, so he's got some good form under his belt. But Andy, another of these players who, you know, sort of survived. He did fall off the tour, but he found his way back on and still clearly loves the sport, loves playing and competing. He was a semi-finalist back in 1995. Yeah, I would have loved to have been able to take the brown off the left-hand side cushion there, but the green would be okay. I didn't want to put the green on the right-hand side of the cushion, although for a left-hander it's not too bad, but really needed that cue ball tight to the ball cushion to make the safety shot a bit more difficult. Do feel free to tweet myself and Ken and give us your thoughts on the action tonight. Jimmy White's win, maybe. Any memories of the UK Championship? Tell us where you're watching. Tell us whatever you like. You can get in contact at Ken Doherty 1997, at Dave Hendon, or at We Are WST. And we'd love to hear from you. In fact, we've had one here from James Fisher. He says, I've got my first supervised match as a Welsh referee before I do my seminar. Do you have any advice on what makes a good ref? Very good question. Well, the most important thing of being a referee is obviously for the player not to be able to see you. You stand in the right place and also be very brisk and getting the balls out. And
I think that's very important. But yeah, I think the best referees are the ones that you can't see. They're never in your eye line, and you never have to get up out of a shot for them to move out of the way. They're always in the right position all the time. I think that's the key to a very good ref, and being able to move around the table, get the balls out quickly. Some players are a lot faster than others, some are a lot slower, but still you've got to have good concentration. Always got to be conscious of where the player is shooting into, and just to make sure that you don't catch his eye.
Yeah, good luck, James, with that, as Andy Hicks meanwhile leaves a chance here. Yeah, I think if you don't remember who's refereed a match, they must have done a good job.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I mean, it's great to see so many people getting involved, even on Twitter. You know, from America, so many people watching over there. We had tweets from South Africa, from all over Europe. So keep them coming. It's great to hear from you. There's the red pot into the right corner pocket. We'll soon find out. Well, needs a kiss on this black, otherwise it could go wrong. Oh, he's got a kiss on the black, but it wasn't the right one.
6.
Oh, that was a lovely little shot. Could just about see enough of the red, but that little kiss on the black was delightful for Lyu Haotian, not for Andy Hicks.
Oh, I miss. Lyu Haotian.
So we've seen a couple of one-sided frames, in fact 3 on the other tables. We will get to table 2 eventually, but we're going to stick with this for now. A close start between these two. Tatiana Wollaston is the referee. Talking about referee, she's one of the best we have, I would say. It was a birthday yesterday, she was still here refereeing, so it's dedication for you. Hang on, has he? Oh, he got close to it, didn't he? But he has left a chance.
Yeah, she's a top referee, Tatiana, no doubt about it. I like these new suits that they're wearing as well. They look very smart, don't they? The blue ones and new clothing deal. But they look very, very smart. Very impressive. So he's 10 points ahead. Pink will put him 16. So he's going to need yellow, green and brown. That's not going to be easy with the position of the balls the way they are. He's got a nice angle on the yellow here. I'm potting it. Cue ball, a little bit of right hand side. Take it over towards the green. Well, he's going to be lucky again, is he? Wow. He's okay. Not a snooker this time. Well, that's a lovely shot there from Andy Hicks.
Yeah, of course, he's got all the experience in the world, Andy. Another player, we talked about Dominic Dale, not quite making it into the top 16. Hicks, highest ranking 17. He was a semi-finalist in this, the World and the Masters. Well, he's more than happy with that. Good hit. And the others run safe.
Well, look at the top spin he's got on. What another incredible shot there from Andy Hicks. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. It's a shame we don't have an action replay, because that would be definitely well worth another look. We have a tweet here from Bhuvan Gunesh. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Bhuvan. He's watching from Mauritius. Well done. I hope you're enjoying the snooker as much as we are here in Sheffield.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's wonderful to have so many viewers from around the world, but every year at the World Championship you will meet people who've come to Sheffield, and the Crucible, obviously the snooker's a draw, but the Crucible itself, to be there, to get a ticket there, has become such a pilgrimage for snooker fans. They know the name all around the globe. Of course, here we're playing for places at the Barbican Centre in York.
Yeah, good shot. Roger Stevens in again amongst the Reds in frame 2 after that wonderful century break. Just an interesting little battle, isn't it, on the colours? And oof. Oh wow, just skip by the brown. That would have been some snooker.
I wonder if we can just quickly nip to table 2. We've not seen it yet, and Zhou Long is on potentially for a century. Here he is now. He's scoring incredibly heavily this season. Of course, he's been in the final of the Northern Ireland Open.
77.
He's made 16 centuries this season. Mark Allen is number 1 on 19, and this young man is number 2. So he's got some great form to back up this bid to qualify, and another potentially very dangerous qualifier if he got through, because he is knocking on the door of that top 16. He just slightly lost his way in that final against Mark Allen. He made the early running. He led 4-1, lost 9-4. But he made 4 centuries in the semis against Anthony McGill. He really did play well that week. And he's already won the first frame, as you see here, against Jack Jones, looking to make a century in frame 2. And every reason to believe he will do.
Yeah, I think after Bing Tao,
90.
Machine Tong, of course, I think this young man could be the next Chinese player to make it into the top 16.
92.
A couple of finals now he's lost in ranking tournaments, but
95.
it's only a matter of time, I feel, before he wins one.
As for Jack Jones, well, he's having to sort of take this at the moment, but it's an impressive start from Zhou Long. In the first frame, he also made quite a sizable break.
99.
78, so pretty explosive stuff, actually. This blue then, and it's century number 17 this season. He only made 10 all last season, so that shows you the improvement.
104.
Man, that's quite a big number already.
High standard so far. Mate, this is the 3rd century we've seen.
Yeah.
Only been going half an hour.
110.
And there's supposed to be nerves on the final judgment day. We haven't seen any so far tonight.
This time yet. Great black, great break. 117 the clearance from Zhou Long. Now then, I guess we should go back to table 3 because we were watching that one earlier. Lyu Haotian and Andy Hicks. Then the yellow's down. They're now on the green. So this green's going to be coming off the cushion. Lyu Haotian 18 points in front. So needing green and brown.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. If he plays the up and down with the green, he could get the double kiss on the cue ball. I wonder would he take it on? No, maybe not. I thought he was sizing up there to take it on. It's a difficult safety shot, this. Oh, he's played this very well indeed. If it doesn't bounce too heavy. Oh, this is a great shot. Wonderful shot. Much better shot than it looked, because playing that off the 2 cushions, side cushion, ball cushion, he had to avoid the brown on the way back up. Played it really well. Might even be on this green actually. Might be able to chip it in. No, and he's left it. So a chance for Andy Hicks after that wonderful safety shot. Let's see if he can get the cue ball somewhere up near the blue spot here. Would be perfect. Be able to reach it as a left-hander. It's gone too far. Is he lucky? Is he on it in the green pocket? No. Now, does it pass the blue into the right centre pocket? If it does, it's still a tricky pot, but 6 inch shorter and was perfect into the green. May pot into this right middle, but it's not that easy, this, into a blind pocket. No, it wasn't easy. He was up off it straight away, wasn't he? Didn't like that at all.
Yeah, and Lyu Haotian just needs this brown. It's already 15 in front. And it goes. So looking like 1-0, the closest frame we've seen so far this evening. Yeah, Lyu Haotian's got some big points already under his belt this season. And of course the Players Series is coming up. There's the first event for the top 32 on the 1-year list, then it goes down to 16 for the Players, 8 for the Tour Championship. Lyu Haotian is 7th on that list at the moment, and this is a big tournament in terms of points, so he can really press on and even threaten for a Tour Championship place with a good run in this and other events coming up. He's won the first frame here, so Lyu Haotian off and running, and I think table 4 could be calling, because Matthew Stevens we saw win the first frame with a century there, and he's ahead here 63-0. He was going nicely, broke down against Yize, so Matthew Stevens' experience telling at the moment. 67 now. That's the lead, so he will be in need of one more red here. Can he knock this in? Never liked the rest, has he, Matthew?
Yeah, he's one of those players that puts the extension, you know, the long extension. Well, he's going to put this back because it's been a foul, so he didn't get out of the... missed the red completely. Wasn't snooker, but just tried to get a very fine contact on the red. Missed it. A little bit of butter here. Oh, he is a very talented young man, this is. And at the moment, being dominated by his opponent. Tried to pot his way out of trouble, and it's gone wrong. He's left the red. Just a red required now. Matthew Stevens to take a 2 frames to 0 lead.
Brown ball.
Well, could have done with that in and then the next red, because at the moment it's one snooker needed. So that's just put, well, he might have put 15 minutes on this frame, you just don't know. He's not won it yet, that's the main thing.
One.
We were just 19 years of age and very highly rated. I remember Alan McManus saying when first came on the scene, I think as a wild card, Alan said he's got something about him, and this season he's already been in the quarterfinals of the European Masters.
None.
Yeah, these reds, the way they're situated, are not in a bad position. If you get the two loose reds and that red that's just next to the pink, I'd be leaving that to play a snooker off. So Matthew Stevens maybe kicking himself for missing that straightforward
60.
brown off the spot. He's going to be put through the ringer here, you'd feel.
70.
Unnecessarily as well. The brown goes in, frames over. Oh. Still all to play for here. So red are, I'd like to play for the black here. And just play a nice snooker on that last red behind the pink.
He was actually born, Ken, in October 2003. That was the month before Matthew won the UK Championship. He won it in November 2003.
Wiped his feet before eventually dropping. Now what can he do here? 36 behind. Must be very, very close to that pink here. So he's just got to avoid the pink, knock it up towards the green. Or the yellow is okay, and that's pretty good. That's very good.
Well, Matthew Stevens has put himself through this, really, failing to put that brown. He was on the next red as well. And now, well, frame could be very much in the balance, I think. Might be different, say the blue was on the cushion or something, but there are no real balls safe. So if he doesn't hit the red, Wu can win the frame and may well do.
Yeah, and I think the key part of that shot, not only getting the snooker, but getting the red in close proximity to the yellow, that there's always a chance that if he misses the red, cue ball could go by it and may leave a free ball. So that was why it was so important. Well, this would be a good escape, I tell you. If he misses this, it could leave a free ball here. Oh, he's not the brown in, is he? Oh, wow, what a shot. What an escape that was. Fantastic.
Years of experience there. Yeah, he would have been very unlucky if the brown had gone in. Well, that's amazing, isn't it? He had Matthew Stevens in a really nasty snooker. Matthew escapes and then somehow he just misses that red completely, and that just eases the pressure on the Welshman.
Wonder can he double it into the green pocket off the brown here? That'd be a shot, wouldn't it? Oh, don't give one off, Matthew. Oh, look at him. And it would have been a free ball as well. He would have been in all sorts of trouble there. Wow. Very good.
Yeah, turning the screw, and it just feels that this is going to be his frame now. Good hit. But it was really the escape from Matthew Stevens that was the great shot. And he was stupid and it wasn't nice. And now Matthew Stevens in control of the exchange. He's got him in another snooker. Trusting to a little bit of luck here. Looks like this red will go past the green. So this frame is done, and Matthew Stevens, after making that century and dominating frame 2, did not want to, of course, lose it after his opponent getting a snooker. But that escape he made, that was very impressive, and Matthew is going to be 2-0 up. So I think we can maybe circle back to table 1 with Vafaei and Robbie Williams. Now we've actually had a tweet here from Dan. He says, "Hi Ken and Dave, I'm watching from Tehran, Iran. There's a huge snooker fan base in Iran. What's the chance of a World Snooker Tour tournament in Iran sometime in the future, in your opinion?" Well, like you say, I mean, listen, we're not privy to the sort of the issues in terms of where you go, but what you have got, as you say, is a fan base. So that's maybe the first thing you need. You need interest, and let's hope so. Hussein Vafaei is sort of flying the flag for his host country and being very successful so far. It would be wonderful, wouldn't it, to have a tournament out there at some point. There was one a few years ago in Bahrain, in the Middle East, won by Neil Robertson. In fact, I think he beat Matthew Stevens in the final.
Yeah, and of course we've been out to Dubai. I remember going out to Dubai in, what was it, 93 or 94 was the last time I think I was there. Very popular all across the Middle East, as indeed as it is in the Far East. Nice shot from Robbie Williams, chipping this red in. Yeah, nice angle on the green, back down for these reds.
Four. Five.
I think Vafaei is certainly a confidence player, so Williams needs to hit back and stay with him, not let him get in front. As I say, played very well last year, Hussein Vafaei, to beat Mark Selby in York. He really did. Remember commentating on the match, he just took the game to him from the off. He really attacked and it worked. Of course, he got to the Crucible at the end of the season, lost to Judd Trump.
11.
Robbie Williams has played the Crucible 3 times, and every time he qualified here at Ponds Forge, he had at one stage he had an unbeaten record at Ponds Forge. So happy memories of the place. For those of you who don't know Sheffield, it's no more than a 5-minute walk down the hill from the Crucible Theatre itself.
$17.
Yeah, he's just had a look at the scoreboard. So blue, red, and decent value colour. Oh wow! Can you believe he's missed the blue there? I don't know what happened there. Wow. Blue would have been 41, another red 42, and well, any colour would have done, but what a miss.
We were maybe a bit spoilt with all the centuries flying in early on, because of course you associate qualifiers with maybe more mistakes than you get in the final stages. It's such a big deal to get through. You want to be part of that final stages, and we've seen some good snooker today, but we've also seen a few frames go to the wire. We saw the respot that we saw in the last match seemed to go on forever.
Yeah. I think it's the fact that, you know, you get to the venue, last 32, the big boys come in from the top 16, it's on TV, a bit more glamorous. You're getting to play on TV, you know, in front of big crowds, millions watching it around the world. It's a big thing, you know, even for these players that have been on TV many times. It's a big occasion still. They want to showcase their talent.
3.
That's what you put in all the hours of practice for, to get the chance to play in these big events.
Robbie Williams 3.
Not over the line just yet. 39 points in the lead. Still 43 left on the table. Jack Jones just looks like he's going to win his first frame there. He's 2-1 now to Zhou Long.
Thanks to John McBride for getting in contact, saying how much he's enjoying following every ball. Great night of snookers ahead of us. Let's hope so. And yeah, it's I know John's a player himself, but it's great that everyone's tuning in and enjoying. Of course, this is not the top 16, but all these players can play the game. We know that. We've seen it all week. And I always feel the qualifiers right before the main event, they're going to be going there with a lot of matches under their belt. Potentially dangerous. Remember, top 16, that's the flip side of the format. Okay, you get seeded through, but first round, if you lose, you get no ranking points. You get the money, but you don't get the points, and that could be big for some of them with the World Grand Prix and all the rest of it coming up. I wonder who's going to draw Jimmy. He thinks it's Jack Lazowski, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think it was the way he was looking at the draw. But yeah, it's an open draw tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. I think Jimmy, Ronnie, written on the cards. Oh. Well, Robbie's had a couple of chances here.
Funny enough, the player I'd like to see him draw is someone who's been compared to him, the defending champ, Zhao Tong.
Yeah. Very similar styles for me. Reminds me a lot of the way Jimmy used to play back in the 80s and indeed the 90s. Great to watch Zhao Tong as well. The way he played last year, all the way through the tournament, was just fantastic to see. Real breakthrough moment for him. And then followed up in the German Masters as well in the new year.
Vafaei trying to find a way back into the frame. The pink safe helps Williams. He's needing one more red here. Yeah, show you long 2-1 up on Jack Jones, so that match rattling along. We will, as I say, be going round the tables when we spot something that may be happening. This frame is a bit scrappy. I wonder if we can go back to table 4 and have a look at Matthew Stevens, because he's in the balls again against Yize. Started with a century. Here we go, and a chance for another big break here. That last frame, he ultimately did win it because he was in a nasty snooker, got out of it. So Matthew looking good here.
Yeah.
51.
Looking very good. He certainly looks like he's got his scoring boots back, Matthew Stevens. Always a pretty prolific scorer.
52.
Might need a little cannon on one of these reds. Well, he's played that lovely. Very nicely played.
I can tell you the frame we were just watching, Robbie Williams did pot the penultimate red, so it's 44 in front with 35 on, so Vafaei needs 3 snookers there, otherwise it's 2-1 to Vafaei. Yeah, this is nice. So the black to lead by 67, and the red required. I suppose you look at Jimmy and think, well, Jimmy can qualify at 60. Why shouldn't I qualify at the age of 45?
Really good start to Matthew Stevens to this match. As I said, he's playing a dangerous opponent. Certainly like to keep sitting in his chair. Doesn't want him coming back to playing for snookers here. Just didn't run through with the cue ball as much as he would have liked. So
75.
if he misses this, I'm sure Yize will come back. No. Has he got the cover?
75.
Well, again, hasn't quite closed it out, but a good 75. 67 on. Yeah, with the red over the pocket, he's conceded. So Matthew Stevens looking very good. 3-0, and there's one more frame to come before the interval. Let's have a look at table 3, shall we? Lyu Haotian and Andy Hicks. One each here. Hicks winning the second frame. Lyu Haotian at the table in the third. As I say, he's 7th on the one-year list, and just to explain that player series for those of you maybe outside the UK don't follow everything so closely. There's 3 tournaments. The first is the World Grand Prix. It's for the top 32 on the 1-year list, so it's very much current form. Then the Players' Championship, that's for the top 16 at the cut-off point in February. And then the Tour Championship in March is the top 8. So realistically, that's going to be tournament winners. But Lyu Haotian at the moment is 7th, and if he can go a long way in this tournament, then he's certainly looking good. And of course, if you're in the World Grand Prix, for instance, you'll earn ranking points there, so you can, of course, top up what you've already got. So you're just qualifying for those events. That didn't quite work out. He went into the reds off the blue, but didn't land on anything.
Lyu Haotian, 33.
UK Championship, first stage 1977. It was actually an invitation event initially, or non-ranking, I suppose would be more accurate, but kind of ranking event 1984. So Steve Davis won a couple. They don't count for ranking titles, but he still won them. In fact, it was his big breakthrough, wasn't it, 1980? That's the first we saw of him, and we just kept seeing him for for the next decade plus.
I remember him playing in, was that 83 final against Alex Higgins, and Higgins came back from 7-0 behind to beat Steve Davis 16-15. What a final that was. I was 13 years of age, loving every minute of it. Up in the Guildhall, wasn't it? In Preston as well. Great venue for the UK Championship.
Yeah, we actually the other day we showed a little clip of it during our coverage, and one of the young guys here just said there's one word for that iconic, because he's just incredible, sort of typical Alex, not doing it the easy way, but surrounded in the end with it by his wife and his family and the big trophy, adoring fans.
Yeah. All the crowd came down to the barrier, didn't they? All the way down. It was 3 or 4 deep there, all hugging Alex Higgins. Steve Davis was still chalking his cue after the final. The final ball's potted. Sipping his water. I'm sure Higgins was sipping a little bit something stronger than water there as well. And I don't mean sparkling water.
Yeah, one of many great names on the Roll of Honour. Of course, Steve Davis, he's on there 6 times. Ronnie O'Sullivan 7, Stephen Endy 5, and many others of the greats as well. First winner, of course, was from the Republic of Ireland, Patsy Fagan.
Yeah, 77.
Yeah, he won it in Blackpool the first year.
Still looks the same now, Patsy. In fact, I think he looks younger now. Gentleman. Nicely played, Andy Hicks. Nice control as well. Not easy. That ball cushion now. Can he get down on one of these reds around the black? Needs a bit of luck here. Oh, we've settled for that. Wonderful shot.
6.
Has he got an angle to get? Well, he's having a look at the black. Is the black available? It looks pretty tight. We'll soon find out from his next shot. We can't tell from our commentary position here, but we'll definitely find out. It doesn't look like it's potable past that red into the left corner, so he may have to go back up for blue. Can he take it back for the pink?
7.
Not too bad. Played that really nicely. He's got a nice angle here. Go into those 4 reds, He'll still be on the red, just left of the black into the left corner pocket. Just a little glance off these reds, I do. Yeah, lovely shot. And that's brought all of those 4 reds into play.
21.
Good chance here.
22.
We've seen a few 147 attempts this week. Andy Hicks actually made one in this event a decade ago, 2012. One of 19 in the history of the UK Championship. Gary Wilson made one last year. Remember, if there's one in the qualifiers, it will stand as for the high break prize because it's old tournament. So Chow Yupeng's 144 at the moment. He's top of that list.
29.
Nicely played. 1 point in the lead now. Normally the cue from
37.
tip of the forefingers normally about 6 or 8 inches. You can see Andy Hicks, it's almost like 12 inches, throwing a lot of cue out from the tip of the forefinger to the tip of the cue. Look at that, that's good. Maybe 12 or 13 inches. He's got a nice free-flowing action though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was a very exciting player when he was younger, and as I say, just didn't quite press on and get in that top 16. I mean, to get to the semis of the world, the Masters and the UK,
53.
I think he must have been in, but he never quite got past 17 in the world.
54.
He always got plenty of support down at Plymouth Pavilions, nearby from where he's from. Another tournament's there. I'll glance at the scores. 31 to the good.
60.
With 43 on. It's been a good break this. He's just got on with it. He hasn't sort of prevaricated. But he's not won the frame, and look at this for a chance to steal.
Wow. He's going along so nicely there. That was virtually frame ball. What a chance for Lyu Haotian here. Little stun shot on the red for the pink. I'm sure he was sitting in his chair not expecting this. Yeah, good shot. You know, in matches over the best of 9, even best of 11, it's still a good test, best of 11, but frames like this can, it's amazing how much of an effect they can have on one player and the other, particularly when you lose them. Can have such a detrimental effect on you, but also when you win them, I mean, what a boost. Should Lyu Haotian go on and win the frame from here. All 6 colours will be on the spots, and it should be plain sailing, but this is the UK Championship. There is a little bit of pressure, but to be honest, I fancy him doing it here.
30.
Yeah, and Andy Hicks, I just thought how confident he was looking, but looks can be deceptive, can't they? And this is going to just turn around the whole psychology in this match. Because Hicks should be in front, he knows that.
22.
Pink and black then for a great steal here. Well, Andy Hicks seemed to have had the frame one, but Lyu Haotian makes the clearance, an excellent one as well to lead 2-1. It just feels like such a big frame, the way he won it. Now then, let's go back to table 1, because the same Vafaei 2-1 up and going nicely. There's table 1 there on the right-hand side. And here is the same Vafaei looking good for an interval lead already, and he's only been going just over an hour.
53.
Yeah, it's been pretty quick, isn't it, this match? Which is what we'd expected.
54.
Two quick players, but scoring's been pretty good. Hussein looks very controlled, very composed, confident.
61. 62.
Now, when you have a look at it from the tip of Hussein's forefinger to the tip of the cue, look how close he is compared to Andy Hicks.
7th.
It gives him a bit more control of the cue, not throwing so much cue out. Have a look now, see how close he gets in there, a bit like John Higgins. Andy Hicks, a bit more like, probably like Luca Brissell a little
77.
bit. If I was to compare the cue action, and
78.
it's good stuff, this. It's just for budding amateurs. When you're watching this, just see the control. Very nice compact cue action.
85. 86.
He's already made 1 century in this match, in the first frame. No reason not to make a second here and just underline how well he's playing. Just over an hour, as I say, to get to the interval and to get to within 3 frames of a place in York. Would be another interesting match, whoever he drew.
Thank you. 93.
Black for the century then, and he goes to the interval feeling pretty good about things. Not just the scoreline, but how well he's played. 2 centuries tonight from Hussein Vafaei.
100. 102. 105.
Yeah, looks in good form, doesn't he? Good standard, this match.
109.
Tell you what, we've been treated to some centuries already tonight. I'm still going.
114. 120.
He's taken these with great assurance.
127.
So that clears 127,
Vafaei.
and the same Vafaei leads 3-1 at the interval. Now then, table 2 is getting towards the interval as well. This is Zhou and Jack Jones.
25.
And as you can see, 2-1 to Zhou. He's leading in the next, but Jack Jones with an outside chance here. 34 behind. At one point he moved to Sheffield, didn't he, Jack Jones, from Wales, to try and get better practice partners and facilities in, I think, the Dings Academy.
He was there, yeah, for I think a whole season. staying in some rented accommodation. I think it did him good. He was playing a lot there every day. Played him a few times, but he was playing all the other boys. Like
30.
Definitely recommend it to anybody who wants to, or has any aspirations of getting on the tour, to go to one of these academies. We're blessed, we have a few of them now. I think Yize has got 18 star tables. Victoria has got 8 or 9.
31.
We've got an academy in Darlington as well. It's another, I don't know, 6 or 7, 8 tables up there. We were blessed down in Ilford Snooker Centre all those years ago, back in the early 90s. A lot of top amateur players. Lyu, of course, was just outside the top 16, number 17. Then you had the young boys of
38.
Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark King, who were only 12 and 13 years of age coming into the snooker club, but still playing to a very high standard, of course. And they were coming into the club for at least 10 years.
Jack Jones, 38.
Yeah, the red has come back to be possible for Zhou Long, who has his chance for 3-0. For 3-1.
Yeah, wrong choice of shot there for me. I thought, okay, he was bringing the green out, playing the double, but if he misses it, red can go anywhere.
One.
Oh, it's going to cost him.
Could be 4-0 Matthew Stevens. He's over the line there against Yize, so experience telling on table 4. We know it's 3-1 to Hussein Vafaei, and Lyu Haotian not too far from 3-1 against Andy Hicks. So in fact, all the matches very shortly, maybe at the interval.
3. Five.
Well, Zhou Long's having a good season because he's been in a big final in Belfast, and he's just sort of carrying on. He's already had that century, 17th of the season. Keeps looking at that scoreboard. 29 points to the good. 2 snookers needed. It is 4-0 confirmed to Matthew Stevens against Yize. Yeah, so 2 snookers. Otherwise, it's 3-1 here to Zhou.
Zhou Long, 8.
Yeah, very impressive for Matthew Stevens. So what's he looking at? 29, two 4-point snookers. Lyu Haotian going along very nicely indeed.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just stolen that last frame, and then the sort of snooker gods are on your side, then, aren't they? And he's on a big break, 76 already. He's going to be 3-1 over Hicks. So, as I say, we're about to arrive at the interval in all the matches. Jack Jones, though, would like this frame to continue a bit longer.
This looks good. Looks very good. Excellent shot. Well done.
nice hit. Jack Jones, another good effort here. Well, it really was a good effort. Obviously, it would have been a lot tougher behind the black. Breaker 92 from Lyu Haotian, so he's 3-1 up on Andy Hicks. Same Vafaei is 3-1 up on Robbie Williams. Matthew Stevens is 4-0 up on Yize, so this is the last match on pre-interval.
Well, this is incredible, though. It's not often you'd see all 4 tables could finish at the interval. All 4 tables could be at the interval all at the same time. It's quite incredible, and it's gone at a very quick pace, isn't it? Indeed. Now 15 minutes or so. Oh, he's missed this one.
Foul.
Wow, he's got a couple of good snookers here. So how does that leave things? 24 now the difference. So 1 4-point snooker. That makes a big difference. Hitting that blue. Oh, this is no good. He's hit the middle pocket, has he? No. Be a bit more wary here as you go along about where he leaves the cue ball and of course the object ball here. Oh, very good.
4.
Very good shot. That should be that.
Well, overall, it's been a high standard on all the tables so far, and we've got players ahead on all the tables. Matthew Stevens, Lyu Haotian, Hussein Vafaei, and also here, it would seem, Zhou.
Zhou 4.
Jack Jones not giving it up yet, but 28 in it with 18 on. Tall order. It's going to be very hard to see him getting these, but he's entitled to try. In Zhou Yulong's position, it's just a question of being patient here. Don't think, well, why is he bothering playing on? Just don't do anything that can invite trouble. Just play the sensible shots, bide your time. It should be his frame. It will be, I'm sure. But if you start whacking the balls around, things can happen. They can go in. Cue ball can go in. You never know. Jack Jones really is, though, giving this a good go. Zhou looking to lag the blue in or over. It's looking like in. So
5.
Another match at the interval. Zhou Yulong leading Jack Jones by 3 frames to 1, halfway towards a place at the Barbican and a place in the draw, with York beckoning, of course, for all our winners here this evening. So we're at the interval on every table. Not often you see that. Let's take stock of it all with Rob.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. That is pretty unusual to have all 4 matches on a mid-session interval at the same time. Ken, what brilliant scoring we've seen. I mean, you know, Hussein Vafaei finishing off that little mini session with a 1-2-7. But on all 4 tables, we've seen cracking break building, not too many sign of nerves.
No, not at all. I mean, we've had a really high standard tonight. Lots of century breaks, lots of 1 visits. And, you know, we're seeing them on all the matches. You know, Hussein, you mentioned, Matthew Stevens knocked one in, Zhou Yulong as well. Yeah, really, really good standard.
So, Hussein got out the blocks brilliantly with a 1-1-1, follows it up with a 52 for 2-0. Then Robbie gets one back 2-1. Yeah. But how good was that 1-2-7? He is absolutely pin sharp.
I think he's, you know, I was just talking about his cue ball control. I think it's improved so much over the last, couple of seasons. And I think that win, I know it's the shootout, but I think that win just is giving him that sort of more belief that he can compete at these big events and against the top players as well. You know, it's amazing what a little bit of confidence a win can do for you, and particularly, you know, winning your first ranking tournament like he did as a shootout. I know it's a shootout, but still, they all count, and I think he's playing, you know, well within himself, and he's a danger. We saw him beat Mark Selby at the UK Championship last year. You know, Robbie Williams is still, like, this match is still only halfway there, but Haotian is slowly becoming a top player and just knocking on the door of the top 16 as well.
I agree with you. Some people knock the shootout, but how big was that to beat Mark Williams of all players?
Yeah.
And from what I heard, I know Phil Yates said of all the editions of the shootout that he's watched in recent years, Haotian played the best, the most consistently
all the
throughout.
way through, yeah.
Massive breakthrough to get your hands on that first piece of silverware.
And listen, it's a tournament. You know, he's won it. It's a very difficult tournament to win because of the structure of the tournament. You're playing against the clock as well. There's lots going on in the crowd and stuff like that. You know, you have to have really good confidence. You have to have really good concentration in a tournament like that. So I don't knock anybody for winning, you know, the shootout. I think it's very, very, very difficult to win. And the way he played as well, he just played like, you know, that he was playing in a normal match. He didn't even look at the clock half the matches he played in. So it was very, very impressive win. But he's slowly becoming a really top player and a danger to anyone he plays against.
Yeah, I must admit, I love watching him. And most of the players are very gracious to interview and always give their time nicely.
Yeah.
Haotian is an absolute delight to be around backstage at these major events.
I'll tell you who I've been very impressed with watching Matthew Stevens. You know, he's 4-0 up against Yize. I thought that was going to be a really close match. Yize really sort of a young, prodigious talent from the Ding Junhui Academy. And I thought he was going to really test Matthew Stevens. Matthew Stevens looks impeccable and looks freely scoring, you know, full of confidence. Once again, another player that a lot of the top 16 will be watching. They won't want to draw him in the next round if he does get through.
Especially in this kind of form. As you said, he starts off, he has a 1-2-6 in the first, then a 63, a 75. That excellent red helps him get to a 57. He eventually broke down on the 57, but got across the line in the frame. I mean, that is world-class scoring, especially on Judgment Day, with a place in the last 32 on the two-table setup at the Barbican on the line.
You know, he's a quality player, Matthew Stevens. I know he's had his ups and downs, but overall, you know, what they say is, you know, form is temporary, a class is permanent. He's a class player, you know, and when he plays to anywhere near this, what he's capable of, you know, he can produce snooker like that, you know, and he's still, you know, compared to Jimmy, he's still a very young man, isn't he? He's only 45.
he's barely
Sorry, Jimmy.
Going, barely starting. And actually, as Dave and you were talking about his century record, I think Dave said that 1-2-6 in the first was his 341st century.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone tells you you're watching a player of immense ability. Not to forget either that he won the title in 2003.
He won the title. He's been to, you know, he's won the Masters. I know all about that. He beat me in the final. And of course, you know, he's been to the World Championship final, you know, a couple of times in the final. He's been to a few semi-finals there as well. It's a tournament that he loves. He loves the UK. I think did he beat Stephen Hendry in the final when he won it? Very impressive sort of record in the UK. He loves the longer session matches. And he's one of those. He's the horse for the long course, isn't he? He you know, that's his forte. But when he plays like that, it's just great to see him play so well, you know. And as I said, he's had his peaks and troughs in the game, but he looks to be playing very, very freely and full of confidence.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people very excited over the Welsh border to see whether Matthew can finish the job against Yize. We should touch on Zhou Yulong and Jack Jones. Tough match that for Jack Jones, and again, we've been waxing lyrical about the high scoring of Hussein Vafaei and Matthew Stevens. Zhou starts off with a 78 and then follows it up with a 117 in the second. Brilliant scoring.
That's his 17th century of the season so far. There's only Mark Allen is only ahead of him with 19. And, you know, he's won a tournament and been to the final of the other. You know, Zhou lost in that final in Northern Ireland. But 17 centuries, it shows you how well he's scoring. And, I think I was just saying in commentary to David, you know, outside of Xing Tong and Bing Tao, I think Zhou Yulong is the next player from China to get into the top 16. You know, Ding Junhui, he's been in and out, of course. He has every reason to get back in as well. But I think Zhu Yulong, of all the Chinese players, I think he's the next one to make that next step up, you know, and win his first ranking tournament. It could be this season. It wouldn't surprise me, but he's knocking on the door of both, I think.
Oh, a great compliment coming from a world champion. And just before we go back to the live action, Table 1 has resumed. Hossein Vafaei 3-1 up against Robbie Williams after 2 marvellous centuries. Lyu Haotian, the steal in the third frame felt massive. Andy Hicks was on a break of 60, looked like he was going to close the door on that frame. Haotian took it and the next, 3-1 up. All of a sudden, Hicks has got a mountain to climb.
That whole frame there just spun the match on its head. Andy Hicks made a lovely break. Missed a dolly red, you would say, into the right middle. He should have got it. It was frame ball. He was on the ping. Missed it. Lyu Haotian came in coolly, very calmly, finished the frame, and then, of course, made a nice break. And that's just changed the match completely.
Well, there is so much drama still to come. 1 or 2 of the matches still having their mid-session break, but they are back and in action on Table 1. Ken's going to have a quick cup of tea and a little break, so I will hot-foot it in and sit next to the mighty skilled Dave Hendon. Dave, it's been a brilliant day so far, and maybe there are 1 or 2 more century breaks to come before we complete Judgment Day Part 1.
Thank you, Rob. Let's hope so. The standard tonight has been superb, not least from Hossein Vafaei, who's had 2 centuries, as you mentioned, 1 in the first frame and 1 in the fourth. So he's looking to press on now. It'd be interesting to see, I think this is often the case with these matches, can that free-flowing snooker stay in place the nearer the players get to the winning line? That's always the challenge, because we've seen, frankly, a bit of twitching up this week, and we may see a bit more this evening. But at the moment, the players who are leading those matches are all good value for those leads, and that includes Hossein Vafaei, who reached the last 16 in York last year, as I mentioned, beat Mark Selby. Robbie Williams just had a couple of mistakes to look back on that maybe contributed, but overall he's been about his opponent, really. Got a question here from Michael. He says, Hendry and Ronnie are rightly considered the 2 greatest, with Ronnie being first for me, but who would you put as 3rd greatest ever? I think a lot of people would say John Higgins. I think that John, with his longevity and his record in the game. But these are all opinions, really. I mean, you have to pay tribute to all the great champions of our sport. Steve Davis is in there, the likes of Mark Williams, Mark Selby, etc., etc. All those players that I mentioned, of course, are multi-world champions, multi-UK and Masters champions.
Hossein Vafaei won.
Hossein Vafaei struck gold for his country for Iran, becoming the first Iranian to win a professional tournament at the shootout. And okay, a lot of people think it's a bit of fun, but there's a lot of pressure, particularly when the money goes up as the rounds go on and on. He just needed 1 chance in the final. Mark Williams, oddly enough, the man who pioneered this negative break-off shot, he didn't play it, he left a red on before he knocked it in and made a winning break. Slightly more sober atmosphere here at Ponds Forge than there was there, in every sense. We've got big numbers today on the World Snooker Facebook and YouTube channels. Thanks for tuning in. I know a lot of people were here this afternoon, particularly for the Jimmy White match. And we do it all again tomorrow. And the draw, people have been asking about the draw. It will be between sessions. We can't give in a specific time because it will depend to a degree on how long the matches are. But at some point you would guess, I suppose, about 5, half 5, that would be ballpark. We'll be having the draw, and there'll be a lot of interest in that to see who plays who. There'll be a few either-ors, but it will take shape and become clear as the night goes on.
Well, Dave, the quality of the scoring so far tonight on the first, hour and a half or so has been absolutely superb across the board. Great standard of snooker tonight.
Yeah, I was just saying as you were making your way in that it'd be interesting to see whether that remains the case, or when we get nearer to the winning line, does then it get a little bit twitchy? We'll see. We're seeing some, you know, these are top players. Vafaei, Zhou, feel like they should be in the top 16. Obviously, Matthew Stevens, we know his class. Lyu Haotian's having a great season. I enjoyed your interview with Tom Ford about the business of drawing Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he said he can't understand why people say I want to draw Ronnie. Clearly he doesn't want to draw him.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose these guys have all got their own psychology that they like to bring to the fore when they get through to big matches, but you know, I can only, you and I as mere mortals can only imagine the psychological difficulty of playing somebody who is, you know, to all intents and purposes, the greatest player ever to pick up a cue. But is there not a counter-argument from a psychological point of view that if you have stated out loud that you don't want to play someone, if you're then drawn together, that other player automatically has an advantage because they know you're uncomfortable before you walk out? Or was he just being honest?
I think Tom is very direct, isn't he? And I think he just says, listen, I want to go as far as I can, and I don't want to play the best player in the game in round one. So we'll see who he does get tomorrow. Meantime, that's a nasty little shot, isn't it? As it was meant to be. And the danger here for Vafaei is, you know, it's not like the Reds are all bunched together in the pack. They're all kind of out in the open. So a little bit of care, or a little bit of thought certainly here as to where he's going to leave this cue ball. But they're all tough, aren't they? The top 16 are there for a reason, so whoever you draw, it's a tough match. However, the seeds as well are under a bit of pressure for their ranking points. They won't get any if they lose, so there's that as well.
And the added kind of jeopardy to this, and Williams has been left with an opportunity as a result of that fabulous snooker that he put Hussein in. For any player who's been knocked out in their first round, the pre-round as it were, for the English Open or Scottish Open, as far as pre-Christmas is concerned, this is it. So, you know, they'll be sitting at home practicing, waiting a long time for the World Grand Prix, you know, or the Championship League, should they be involved in that. You know, this is coming at a key time of the season, and if you haven't got an English Open or Scottish Open last 64 berth, this counts for even more.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also very high profile. It's on the BBC, and a lot of friends and family watching, sponsors, logos, all that sort of stuff comes into it. Robbie Williams just finding this a bit of a trial here. He's just not quite on, I think, anything really easy, and that's been the story of the night for him. I can tell you that table 4's back underway, so Matthew Stevens leading 4-0 against Yize. In fact, maybe we should go to that, because he's on 7 reds, 7 blacks with Yize. So in the throes of a maximum attempt. I don't know if we can go to table 4 and have a look at that. Here we go. We've had a few near misses. Ding yesterday, and in fact Zhou, who won earlier, he broke down first on 96, then on 81, all reds and blacks. So that's 8 reds and blacks. I'm just counting the reds. There's 7 left, so my maths was correct. Yeah, doesn't have to play on the black here. Could play on the pink. But there you go. He wants to attempt the maximum. That's what clearly in his mind.
65.
Hasn't won the frame yet. Still needs another red after this black, and then he can give it his full attention.
First and foremost, he'll be relieved to get one on the board. He's hardly had any table time at all, with Matthew
72.
reeling off the 126, a 63, a 75 and a 57. There's one-way traffic in the first 4 frames. 2003 champion, reminding everybody of his class. But this isn't too shabby a contribution to the match.
Well, that was interesting because it seemed the red to the middle was easier, but it didn't get him on the black, so maximum is what he's thinking. Remember, it's 15,000, but it's worth more than that. It's worth the memories and the history and just the sense of achievement. Well, the good news is he should have won the frame. It's 2 snookers required, and I think indeed Matthew Stevens is staying where he is. No maximum, but as Rob says, the most important thing on the scoreboard. So shall we go back to table 1 where we just left off? And here we go. Not lots has happened since we left you. I was telling the story yesterday actually with Stephen Hallworth that Joe Johnson in 1987 was on the televised maximum in this tournament, and the prize was £50,000, and he ended up missing the last pink. And he said, £50,000 is a lot of money. He said the problem was I was in Barbados on the brown. He was already spending the money.
That is a brilliant line. One of the best in snooker.
Because at that time it would have been a very rare achievement on television. Well, just over 40 years since Steve Davis made the first. Uniquely though, in this tournament, the highest break in the history of the UK is not 147, it's 148. Jamie Burnett made a 16 red total clearance with a free ball in a qualifier back in 2004. And unfortunately, there was no prize. There was no pre-TV high break prize. So that moment of history went unrewarded.
That is brutal. You have a 148 and there's not a single pound note going in your pocket, or pound coin as it was by then. That's harsh. It's a great Trivial Pursuit question though.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever see one on TV. I mean, forever's a long time, clearly. The highest break you can make is 155. So that's a free ball at the start. The extra, you take a colour as a red, the black, and then the normal maximum. But yet to happen in a professional event. Meantime, Robbie Williams, he's got his own problems here because these reds are all scattered and there's danger if he leaves one on of Vafaei stepping in for 4-1. Trying to get that cue ball back to the top cushion if he can, and to jack this cue up. About the best he could have done. Why don't we go to table 2, because Zhou Long is starting to produce the goods again there in the early stages of frame 5. Here we go, it's 3-1 up, and of course he's made a century already.
21.
Carrying on really from that Belfast run where he got to the final. Indeed, he was a semi-finalist in this event a couple of years ago as well. He's sort of knocking on that door, isn't he? Can't quite get in the top 16, but I think it will happen. I think it will happen possibly this season.
Yeah, it was a good run to the semis when we were behind closed doors at Milton Keynes. How strange that felt. Beat Jimmy Robertson, John Higgins, Lazowski, and then lost to Neil Robertson, who, of course, then beat Judd Trump in that sort of punch-drunk final frame decider that finished about 1:30 in the morning. I had half an eye on this one, Dave, when we were focusing on Robbie Williams and Hussein, and Jack left an easy long one, and he swiped the air with his cue as he went back to his chair. So Jack Jones is feeling it here, and so far his young talented opponent is capitalising on his mistakes. Looking back now, all those tournaments at Milton Keynes, it feels like it was a bit of a dream. I mean, we were grateful to be there and incredibly grateful to be back at work, interacting and engaging face to face with people we've known on the circuit, you know, for more than a decade. But it's hard to believe that event in particular is already almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, myself and Phil Yates, we went to the very first one that was back. It was June the 1st, 2020. That was the first day sport was allowed back in Britain. Inevitably, Barry Hearn and World Snooker Tour and Matchroom had worked out a way to do it. And I still say credit to Donna from World Snooker Tour and Emily from Matchroom for just the plan they came up with, which we sort of used really for the best part of a year, 18 months. To stage these events behind closed doors. It was a bit surreal. You used to get a knock on the door 8 o'clock every morning. Your breakfast is outside. Whether you want it or not, it's there. And yeah, everyone had to isolate. There was no players' room and there was no sort of bar at the end of the night, anything like that. But the players got to play. We got to watch and commentate. People at home who were stuck indoors were entertained, and it was surreal, but it was very welcome, wasn't it, at times, because people, loved their snooker and would have missed it.
43.
I think in many years to come, we might look back on that patch of time that you're referring to as one of snooker's finest hours. I mean, it was such a surreal time for everybody, and to be able to dip into a fake reality, as it were, and watch some live snooker was great. And it was strange that the layout at Milton Keynes is so cavernous. I remember at the Tour
50.
Champs, which was so memorable anyway, because Stephen Maguire got in because Ding had gone home and couldn't get back, and then ended up winning over £250,000, arguably the biggest, or joint biggest title of his career, level probably with the UK in 04. It was so quiet. I walked across the arena from behind the black curtain and my shoes were squeaking. And normally, in a packed arena or a half-packed arena, there would be a few coughs and a little creaking of the chairs as people shift in their seat, but there was literally no one there. And I stopped as I was walking across the sports hall and took my shoes off because I was so conscious of the noise my squeaking shoes were making. It was just bizarre.
Yeah, and I'm glad it's in the past, but also glad that we were able to continue. Meanwhile, Zhou Yilong is continuing, and this is another very nice break that he's amassing here, already up to 57. A couple more reds and colours needed for 4-1. I daren't make any predictions about early nights because that always backfires, but these matches at the moment are a little one-sided.
Snooker gods might hear that.
That's why I didn't make predictions. But yeah, the action at the moment pretty fluent. Well, that has worked out nicely. So Zhou Yilong, not too much more to do now. The 2 open reds should be enough for him to claim a 4-1 advantage. He's seen, of course, his good friends Yan Bingtao and Zhao Xingtong, and indeed Fang Zhengyi win
63
ranking events and big titles, and he wants a piece of that himself.
64.
Pink then to get to snookers required, and again this could be another century.
He's put this together with real composure and class, hasn't he? Heard Ken
70.
waxing lyrical about him, saying it is a question of when rather than if he joins the top 16 and wins a major title. He's got all the ingredients, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he works hard. He's based in Darlington at the Q House. Good. And he was saying in the sort of nicest possible way that there's not many distractions there. So he just plays his snooker and he works hard, and he's not sampling too much of the Darlington nightlife. And these are the fruits of all those labours, all the work he's done coming out here in the match arena.
78.
He only made 10 centuries last season. He's had 17 this season, including the one he's had in this match, so almost double, and we're only in November.
$84.
Well, it's a shame, but 84 will win you a frame of snooker. You can see he's a bit annoyed. Didn't make another century, but that is 4-1. I think table 3 possibly is calling, because Lyu Haotian, another young Chinese talent, is again producing the goods. Look at this 3-1 going 4-1 in a moment or two. This is 57 the break at the moment, so there is enough on for a century, but either way, it's another clean frame, clean kill.
This match seemed to change when Andy Hicks led him in, and Lyu Haotian stole the third before mopping up the fourth, and looks like the fifth as well. He was right in it at that stage, Andy Hicks, but this feels like a long way back for the veteran now. Another great break from Lyu Haotian. You mentioned earlier he's 2 quarterfinals already this season. He's doing pretty well on the one-year list.
Yeah, it's at number 7, and that obviously, well, I think it'll be definitely in the Grand Prix, probably the Players, and obviously the Tour Championship is the final piece of the puzzle. A lot of big money events to come before that, but he's in the mix for sure, and he could well be in the draw tomorrow, the way things are going here.
74.
Of course, he's been a ranking finalist. He lost to Matt Selt in the 2019 Indian Open final.
Matt must be one of the longest reigning champions in the history of snooker.
Yes, it's for whatever reason, I suppose the pandemic would be quite a big one. It's not returned to India. Birthplace of snooker, of course, where British Army officers are said to have come up with the rules of snooker. Dennis Taylor's actually, but it's the Uti Club, isn't it? In Jabalpur, Dennis Taylor's actually been there as part of a BBC programme. He said it's quite emotional.
81.
So, as I say, this could be another century coming up. No reason why not, really.
84.
You have 92 in the 4th frame.
88.
Needs pink and black for the ton.
Yize closing in on reducing his arrears further. Was trailing 4-0 before the mid-session break, and he's at the table looking good. Closing in on 4-2. Meanwhile, before we go there, does he finish with a ton? Never in doubt. Great stuff by Lyu Haotian. He is now just closing in on the winning line against Andy Hicks, the former semi-finalist. Why don't we go over to table 4 then?
59.
To see if Yize can finish this frame off against Matthew Stevens. This has been a good recovery since the mid-session interval by the Chinese opponent to the Welshman, who was flying before the break.
Yeah, they're all getting on with it, aren't they, this evening? It's rattling along at a fair old pace.
67.
Yeah, Yize, I think, can only improve. It's his 2nd season. He's only 19, but 69 in the world, so top 64 at the end of the season will be his aim, to keep his tour card. Too early, really, to call that at the moment, but your championship points are big, so good run in this and the World Championship, and he'd be in good shape.
78.
Well, 78, so there's just enough on for another century. Could make 100 exactly.
42.
They've not opened these pockets up after the afternoon session, by the way. So they're the same tables.
87.
Well, I think we were a tiny bit concerned that after the drama in the headlines of Jimmy White trying to make it back to the Crucible, make it back to the Barbican last 32 for the first time in 12 years, that tonight might feel a little bit like an anticlimax. But the quality of the snooker we've seen from all 4 tables, that's absolutely not the case. Robbie Williams has closed the gap further on Hussein Vafaei, by the way. That's now 3-2 to the Iranian. So temporarily, Zhou Yulong and Jack Jones is the only table in action. But it's been blistering quality on all 4 tables tonight, thoroughly enjoyable. And as you said, Dave, they are rattling through these frames at a real pace.
It's good to see, I think, because often final qualifying round, I don't need to remind you, Fergal and Dave Gilbert and all that, but it can be quite defensive because it just means almost too much. But here, they're on the front foot. Certainly the players leading these matches are looking to get them won in style.
Two hours and 5 minutes that Neil Folds and I will never be able to get back. That was an extraordinary. Do you know what? It was incredibly long, and they were at least 3/4 of an hour. My rough memory of it is at least 3/4 of an hour on the final yellow and green. But in its own way, it was utterly captivating, because I think the drama on Judgment Day, trying to get to the Crucible, and this is pretty close, is almost tangible. When you walk into the building, you can feel the tension. And poor old Dave Gilbert came off after losing that 2-hour-plus frame. I had to speak to the press, and he just said, well, I don't know what that was, but it wasn't snooker. Have a good summer, boys.
Yes, the angry farmer had no reason to really be smiling. Just a sort of freakish frame of snooker, that. It could only really probably happen at that stage of any tournament. Been a lot quicker here this evening. Zhou Yulong, though, wanting to press on here because he's playing well enough to suggest he can do damage in York as long as he gets to 6 first here this evening.
Okay.
Jack Jones yet to really find his best game. Well, he caught a nice thin edge of that red, so they played it well. Got a trivia question here. In the Crucible, there's only been 3 one-time world champions from outside the UK.
Oh,
Can you name all 3 without asking Ken? Well, that's a bit of a clue, because he was one of them, of course. And, well, Cliff Thorburn, Cazoo, and Neil Robertson from Australia will be the other 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken doesn't need any reminding of that. He will do it for you. And why not? Why wouldn't you?
I looked away, so then I forgot.
Well, and so very nearly, nearly, became
I'm not sure which one. Yeah.
the #1 first-time champion to successfully defend the crown. It's a quirky stat that no first-time winner has ever successfully defended the title. But my goodness me, he came close.
Yeah, because it's moved.
The Crucible curse, yes, our old friend.
Can I just have a look from here, please?
Marcel Eckhart, he's refereed a world final. He's trying to just sort all this out here. They don't have a separate marker on this table with a screen, so the referee and the players having to sort it, because Marcel was in charge on Sunday, Champion of Champions final in Bolton, where Judd Trump made the maximum, but Ronnie O'Sullivan won the title.
Didn't he break Paul Collier's record by being the youngest referee to officiate a World Championship final.
You reckon?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I think he was around about 30 at the time.
Do you know what I mean? If it's hit there, it has to hit this red.
By the way, just whilst they're contemplating that, a little quick verbal update on table 1. Robbie Williams reduced his arrears to 3-2, and he's in the balls again against Hussein Vafaei, hoping to level things up in the 6th.
How about you? What do you think?
I'm trying to think because that red obviously ended up there.
Yeah, just here next to it.
We could have a look at table 1, I guess, because this is, well, they may still be doing this when we come back, putting these balls back. Not their fault. It's quite a specialised job, that. But this is what's happening. Robbie Williams, yeah. Now, it's likely that the 4 tables, likely one of them is going to be close. Maybe it'll be this one, because the other one's at the moment a little one-sided. Well, it's going to be the little nudge into them.
26.
That's that, not taking any undue risks. I suppose he feels he can't really, because he's seen his opponent make 2 centuries already. Just on the Barbican, Rob, you mentioned earlier it was the UK was your first tournament. I think it was actually in Telford then, but it's been at the Barbican for a number of years. How does it compare as a venue to be the MC at, in terms of, you know, the audience interaction and just the general vibe of the place? Because everyone says how nice York is.
Yes, it's a funny one. I've got real affection for the UK Championship because it was the first I did. You're absolutely right. It was when we were in Telford, December 07. I think, off the top of my head, the 2 first players I introduced, I could be wrong, but I think it was a match involving Nigel Bond and Stephen Hendry in the first round. But it's been brilliant being back in York. I think as soon as we had that Judd Trump Mark Allen final at the back end of 11, what a great year that was for Trump, you know, runner up to Higgins after winning China and then finishing the year with a Triple Crown title, and Allen coming back at him. Great to be back in York. I would say though, however, I'm very much looking forward to going to the Barbican already at, that was close, already at the 2-table setup, because what I felt in previous years at the Barbican, for the first few days, until you have spectators down both sides as well as in front of you, it felt ever so slightly flat, because the atmosphere changes when people can sense there are others opposite them as well as beside them. So that's a bad miss there from Robbie Williams after Vafaei left him in. But I think it's going to feel better arriving there already at the 2-table setup. So it's a good venue, but I felt from an atmosphere point of view, it sometimes took 4 or 5 days. Once we got down to the 2-table setup, that's when you really felt the York magic, and hopefully we're going to get it straight away from day 1 when we arrive on Saturday.
I'm sure we will, and I think the format change was a good thing anyway, but now Jimmy White's qualified and there'll be some other interesting names there as well. It's just added a bit of extra interest. And yeah, I think that the thing is, I mean, there were 2 arenas before, and no one liked. I mean, I think it's been described as a car park and a shed and all sorts of sorts of not very nice things. It was a second arena. It was cramped. Okay, but even the main arena, there were 4 tables, and sometimes tables 3 and 4. The players there felt like sort of bit part actors. You know, they'd come on, and then we'd wait for the TV tables to be called out. And now there's nowhere to hide. All the players there, they're going to be on TV. They're going to be playing in front of big crowds, and it's kind of more equal than it was before.
Yeah, that is a really good point, because thinking back, those introductions on tables 3 and 4, those players would sometimes have been sitting in their seats for upwards of well over 5 to 6 to 7 minutes sometimes before the match started, and that must feel agonising. Hussein giving himself a chance now in this frame. And the other thing, I sometimes felt spectators on 3 and 4 didn't know whether they should or shouldn't clap, depending on what was going on the other tables. If there was a moment worthy of applause on the table that they were sitting closest to.
8.
Quite an important frame, this one, isn't it, for Hussein, having worked so hard and been so impressive for the double century 3-1 lead. He wants to close this door on Robbie Williams and just reassert himself on the match at the midway stage.
Well, yeah, he's definitely played the better snooker, but there's only one frame between them. So, as you say, he's got in, actually potted a couple of good reds in this frame, but this one may lead to something. He was very excited, of course, to qualify for the Crucible for the first time last season. Lost out to Judd Trump in round 1, but it's not unusual to go there and lose your first ever match.
15.
I think you were saying the other day, Rob, you very nearly walked into the Crucible by accident because you're just so conditioned to going in there.
Yeah, it's been so strange being back and not going to the Crucible. Yeah, because you come out of the hotel, we always stay in the same hotels. There's a familiarity. That's one of the reasons why it is so good. You know, I think it's great when a tournament stays at the same venue for a number of years, because fans begin to form multiple memories of their own of being in the city, let alone the venue itself. But yeah, I was crossing over the road and then I thought, no, hang on, I need to cross back over. I'm going to Ponds Forge. It's about another, what, 6 months before we end up at the Crucible. Yeah, it's old habits die hard. And I guess, you know, by the time you bring the qualifiers into the equation, plus the championship itself, and then the seniors that we sometimes dip in and out of, you're spending a month a year up here in Sheffield. Your memories of being in this great city go back even further than mine. It's a brilliant place to be, isn't it? And it's right that Sheffield is synonymously linked to snooker, and there's just such a wonderful history to the Crucible. Long may it continue to be the home of our showpiece event.
Yeah, and it was interesting, myself and Phil and Stephen Hallworth last night, who went to get something to eat by the Crucible in one of the restaurants sort of out the back by the Mercure Hotel. Now, during the World Championship, they would all be packed with snooker watchers, and they weren't. You know, we would actually get a table. So that tells you about the worth to the local economy of the World Championship. As Vafaei attempts this intricate little plant, that's a terrific shot. Really well worked out, really well executed, and that effectively could be a frame winner. He's got to obviously press on. He's only 6 points in front. But that's a lovely shot from Vafaei. Shows he's thinking very positively. But he's overrun this, I think. So, despite all of that, it looks like end of break.
38. Vafaei 38.
Perhaps go back to table 4, because Yize, who we saw 4-0 down to Matthew Stevens, well, he made a nice break in the previous frame, and now he's looking to hit back and close to 4-3. So if we can go to table 4.
55.
Here we go. Yeah, Yize at the table here. You can see he's 47 in front. Just gone into the reds. And, well, is he actually on one, or are they covering one another? That would be a bit unlucky, really. And quite important, as I say, he's got his tail up, but might have to just accept he's not on anything.
Andy Hicks, by the way, has just moved 5-1 behind. He was at the table facing a sizable deficit and missed a red to the bottom right-hand corner with the rest. So Lyu Haotian is now just 1 away from joining the likes of Tom Ford and Jimmy White in tomorrow afternoon's live draw for the last 32 at the Barbican. 1 frame to go for Lyu Haotian on table 3.
Thought Yize was a bit unlucky there. He went into the reds. He didn't land on one, so his break ends at 55. Remember, this was 4-0 to Matthew Stevens. Yeah, just on York, who were talking about how nice it was. Kelly Barker, one of our great supporters of our sport, saying she feels the UK is sure to be extra special this year and can't wait to be up there for the finals weekend. York is such a lovely place, so I hope he's there for many years to come. Well, I think a lot of people would agree with that. You never hear players complaining about York, the actual city. Ronnie O'Sullivan said he's going there on Friday. Doesn't play till Monday, so he's already sort of digging in for a nice stay.
And that's extremely rare for him. He normally arrives as late as possible. And Matthew's miss to that middle left allows Yize another opportunity. Not a given, this. But Matthew is the man who now needs to find a way to settle into the second half of this match. Interval came at the wrong time for him.
Well, he's going to need another red after the black. Yeah, the comeback's on, isn't it? Always looked an interesting one. Matthew Stevens won this UK title in 2003, a month after Yize was born. So it's a clash of generations.
9.
Well, it'll be interesting to work out what Jimmy's opponent was doing, if anything, when Jimmy won the title in 1992. Will we get a matchup between Jimmy and a player who wasn't born when he won the title in 92 against John Parrott? It's possible.
It's very possible. Luca Brissell, Judd Trump. Actually, no, Judd Trump would have been born, wouldn't he? But Luca Brissell, Zhao Xingtong, Yan Bingtao, those sort of people. Well, this frame is essentially done. Yize got that next chance to kill it off. So 4-3, really interesting from 4-0 down at the interval. He has not given up hope. I don't think that applies to everybody, because Andy Hicks, who's a very experienced player, this is what he's just done. Watch this for a break off. 5-1 down. Bosh. And the only ball that found a pocket was the cue ball, so that could be end the match. I think we should probably stay. Well, maybe let's go to table 3, because he's spread the red so far and wide. Lyu Haotian must think it's his birthday.
That's one of the greatest lines of commentary you'll hear. That's ahead of Dominic Dale's, one of his early salvos in a frame. I was sitting next to him, and he said, the pack had opened up like an orchard of reds. But that's not as good as your birthday line.
But actually, I mean, without getting bogged down, it is actually his birthday in a couple of weeks. But anyway, it's an early present from Andy Hicks, who's clearly fed up. And it all started, didn't it, in that third frame, which he should have won. That was a real quintessential turning point. And Lyu Haotian, well, I can't believe he's luck to come to the table like this. I'm surprised, actually. Andy, you know, he's quite mild-mannered, but, you know, in the end, the game gets to everybody.
It was a huge steal, absolutely massive. He was in on a break of 60, and as you said, the whole match turned, and the momentum was beginning to build, because Lyu Haotian had taken the first, Hicks replied, taking the second with a break of 61, and he'd had a second successive half-century. But is there a glimmer of light? Can he keep his emotions under control here? Wouldn't have expected Lyu Haotian to have missed that, with the reds spread as well as they are.
I wonder if Andy Hicks has even ever done that before. I'd be surprised, actually. Anyway, the match isn't over yet, and I suppose the one good thing about smashing the reds is that they're now all out in the open. Maybe that was his strategy all along. Neil Robertson did it in one of the Chinese events, where he was having trouble, there was no internet, and he just sort of, well, for want of a better way of putting it, went a little bit mad at one point. And he played Joe Perry's good friend, and he told me he sort of was lining up to smash them, and he knew there was a voice in his head saying, do not do this, but he did it. But he got safe. He didn't leave a red on. And he actually won the frame. And you can imagine, you know, what Joe thought of that.
And the retrospective guilt that would have accompanied it, because
50.
I obviously have known they've been really, really good friends, and how instrumental Joe was in helping Neil to settle down when he first came over, and what a great life he's created for Miller and Alexandra and Penelope. But you know, he did it the hard way, and only recently was I reminded of the extent of the emotion he felt and how he was right on the verge of tears when he beat Zhou in China for what would have been Zhou's maiden ranking title. Fortunately, Zhou then did win the players in 15, I think, and then of course that magnificent win over Judd for his second ranking title at the Welsh earlier this year in February. But he was absolutely he was almost inconsolable at the end of that match, Neil, wasn't he? He had done the professional thing. He had just about put his friendship aside with Zhou, but he was almost, in a strange way, he was almost devastated that he'd won. That's how close the bond is between them.
That's right. Well, he bottled it up the whole. He couldn't afford to think of it during the match, and it went 10-9, and then it all came flooding out. I know one thing: Neil Robertson would not have needed asking twice to take part in that Viking promo that we showed at the start of the program. That was terrific fun, and shout out to our team at World Snooker Tour who put all those together. Stirring stuff, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant promo. Superb promo. The other one that sticks in my mind was the really fast cut one that was done so well on Eurosport, featuring Jamie Jones going for a jog, then the zip on the bag and getting on the plane. There've been some really, you know, upbeat, captivating, engaging promos for snooker. And look, whether it's on Eurosport, ITV or the BBC, all any of us are trying to do is give these guys the best platform possible and promote this great sport, and try and get a few more people who might be casual fans to tune in and go, wow, this is really captivating, this is a great sport, I'm going to watch the next tournament.
Absolutely, and that's the idea, to try and grab general attention. Meanwhile, Andy Hicks just lost his way here. Maybe calmed down though. He didn't lose the match as could have happened, and now he's playing the sensible stuff all of a sudden. He's played the snooker and not out of this yet. Lyu Haotian had a golden chance there to win 6-1. I wonder if, you know, in half an hour's time, 45 minutes, we might be looking back thinking, well, maybe that was his best chance. You just don't know in this sport. Not quite a snooker, though. You can see this red. For the double, just trying to make things happen. Doesn't want the kiss on the yellow. Now this is another chance for Lyu Haotian to get this one and to put himself into the draw. And players always know what's going on in terms of the form of other players. And he's another one they will be wary of drawing, because he's played well this season, a couple of quarterfinals. He's a bit of a sort of silent assassin, isn't he? He's a player who doesn't give much away facially. He doesn't sort of show too much emotion, but clearly feeling confident.
12.
.26 in front, with a couple of reds still to go at.
30.
You'll need 2 of the 3 reds here. So this time you'll want to get this one, because these matches we know can turn. If you were with us last night, Ricky Walden, Ian Burns. Ian still won that match, but 5-1 became 5-2, became 5-3, could have become 5-4. It was getting nervy, but beat Ricky Walden. Actually, Ian Burns, I thought in the end finished it off really well. A couple of really good pots on blue and pink. So
26.
Lyu Haotian 40 in front with 43 on. This is the ball. It should put him into the draw for York. But it stays out, so Andy Hicks, despite everything, he's not out of this yet. And the thing is, from Lyu Haotian's perspective, there's no colours on cushions, there's no sort of security. If you had the blue safe or the pink safe, obviously the clearance would be more difficult for Andy Hicks, but as it is, if he were to get a chance, obviously the last red is a bit awkward on the cushion, but he may be forced into moving it, blue, and then, well, everything's kind of on. Well, that is effectively match ball. Terrific pot. 41 to the good, 35 on without a colour. He played well tonight. And the black makes sure Andy Hicks, you could see, was dispirited from that break-off shot that we saw at the start of the frame. Frame 3 was the big one, which he really should have won and didn't. And Lyu Haotian has really grown in strength since then. He had breaks of 92, 106, 69. But despite all of that, despite the way he broke off, Andy Hicks is going to play on for the snookers. So, slight change of attitude. You would suspect too late. We are just coming in and wondering what's been happening today. The big news, Jimmy White qualifying at the age of 60. Also through this afternoon, Jamie Clark, Tom Ford and Zhou. And we've got 4 more matches we're following here this evening. Live on World Snooker Tour's YouTube and Facebook pages. 2 more sessions to come tomorrow. Hicks, I guess he's hoping for the free ball. There's a snooker, but this really shouldn't be a free ball, even if he misses the red. Slight swerve. Well, it's a nailed-on snooker, but again, you can't see it being a free ball, even if he misses the red. Doesn't want to pot this red, that's the problem. Because then that takes away the free ball. Managed to keep it out. Yeah, not quite a snooker. It could have been nasty had he got him behind the black with a red by a bulk colour. That could have, the free ball could have been on there, and that's his best chance here of possibly turning this frame around. It seems unlikely. 48 behind with 35 on. My feeling is this match is over, so we'll let you know for sure. But shall we go to table 1? Because Hussein Vafaei is involved in a bit of a scrap here with Robbie Williams. 4-2, but with a chance here for Vafaei.
17.
He's had a couple of centuries, a chance to press on to 5-2. He would be one of the, I think, frontline names, if he did qualify, who would potentially cause problems for the seeds. I've mentioned it before, but he beat Mark Selby in York last year. He's had good results generally, qualified for the Crucible last season, won the shootout, semi-finalist in the Welsh Open. He really is knocking on the door of that top 16. Currently number 20 in the world.
24. 25.
Black to lead by 40, so another red and a black, and it should be 5-2.
$32.
So this is the ball that should put him to within one frame a place at the Barbican in York. Robbie Williams needs quite a dramatic comeback, not just in terms of the scoreline, but how well Vafaei's played tonight. He's been very solid. He's looking to see if one of these reds pots, but the main thing is pot this black, because if he does, it'll be 48 to the good with 43 on, so it'll be 2 snookers needed. Looking at one of the reds to the middle. But just pot this black, that's the main thing here.
$40.
Well, he's had a good look at this. An extra red, and it's definitely going to be 5-2, and there we are, pink
41.
waiting. So Vafaei looking very good indeed to
47.
Put himself into the final stages, where, as I say, I think he'd be a real handful.
The same Vafaei, 47, and the frame.
Now we could go back to table 3 just to see if Lyu Haotian can close this out. They're still playing on this last red, so he's looking likely to be our first winner tonight. But as you can see, Andy Hicks has got a couple of snookers here, because there were 48 in it. There's only 40, so this is not quite done yet. He smashed the reds at the start of the frame, and at that point you think, well, he's given up. But coming to the table, 48 behind, 35 on. He's now 40 behind, sensing a chance maybe. cue ball coming in towards the black, in behind it. Not quite. That could have been a nasty one. Lyu Haotian really been made to earn this. Well, this will be some pot, but it would end all of this agony for him. Not there though, albeit he's managed to get a snooker out the shot. Now then, is this a chance? No, it is not. It's a snooker. Well, very fortunate. You'd expect him to hit this off one cushion, but it gives Andy Hicks the advantage again in terms of controlling the exchange. Got fortunate there. Well, he hasn't hit it. Well, this is incredible. There were 48 points in this at one point. There's now only 36, so one more snooker. And Andy Hicks, who remember smashed the reds at the start of this frame, looked completely fed up. He's dug in, he's got 3 snookers. Can he get a 4th? Well, another chance to end this, or you would think to end it. If you can pop the red, then he's looking good again. Just one good pot needed, and it should be Lyu Haotian heading to York. And it's still not there. It will not go in, that red. Almost needs a password to go in a pocket. Well, keep saying the same thing, but is it another chance to put the red away? It is. Can he do it? And in it goes, and that, you feel, will be that. The blues onto the middle. He'll be relieved because that was getting a bit sticky.
Frame in the match.
So that's that. Congratulations to Lyu Haotian. He has put himself into the draw, and he's a dangerous qualifier, I think. As I say, he's not the most emotional player. That's a good thing in this sport. And he's beaten Andy Hicks, who got to the quarterfinals in York last year by 6 frames to 1. So he's our 5th player to qualify for the Barbican, and he'll be in the draw tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to, I think, join Rob and Ken in the studio.
Show that repeat of the smash there.
Thanks very much, Dave. So, Lyu Haotian safely through. Ken, what an intriguing last frame that was. I mean, as far as Andy Hicks is concerned, it all unravelled in the third because he'd levelled up at 1-all with a 61, looked like he was going to win the third on a break of 60. Lyu Haotian stole it, and from then on it was one-way traffic. We're going to have a look at his break. This is pretty unusual, and normally he's quite mild-mannered, and then he goes and gives it the big lash.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's very frustrated. He's gone 5-1 down, but I really don't understand that, you know, because we've seen it before many times. You get on a little run, the hardest frame to win is always the one to get, is the one to win, you know, and you should never sort of just throw in the towel like that. I'm very surprised with Andy Hicks, to be honest. And then he goes like and plays for snookers when he's like 48 behind with 35 remaining. So I don't understand his process of thinking there. I think you should always try your hardest and try to be scraped off the table. Give it your best. You know, we saw how, you know, we've all had bad defeats. You know, we've all had a bit of bad run against us. Don't get too frustrated. Every frame is different. Treat it like it's a final frame, and you never know what can happen. But if you smash the balls up like that, well, there's only going to be one inevitability. So very surprised with Andy Hicks.
Back onto Lyu. He is not a name the top 16 will want to face because he's shown good form this season, and he's going into tomorrow's draw with nothing to fear, nothing to lose, and everything to gain. Yeah,
I think he's had a good start to the season. He's had some good wins, playing with a lot of confidence, and he's a tidy little player. You know, he doesn't do much wrong. He plays all the right shots, and he can score when he gets the opportunity. So he's going to be, you know, he's got these matches under his belt. I think any of these lads going into the draw and playing Saturday or Sunday, you know, they're on a roll. They've got momentum with them. There's a bit of pressure on the top 16 as well, of course, because, you know, okay, they'll get the money, but they won't get the ranking points. So there's a bit more pressure, you know, for them. But yeah, he's one of those lads in the draw that he's gaining a lot of confidence, gaining a bit of momentum, and you know, he could prove a little stumbling block for any of those top 16.
He could well indeed, and he's another player from China performing well. And Yize, what a comeback he's producing against Matthew Stevens. Matthew was flawless for the first 4 frames. But Wu is slowly and surely getting his way back into contention.
All of a sudden it's, you know, 4-3 from 4-0 down. I mean, there's been a 50-plus break in every single of those 7 frames. So really high standard from both players. And yeah, you know, when you're playing, even you're 4-0 down, your opponent still needs 2 frames. You're always in with a chance, you know. And as I said, when you get a bit of momentum, and going back to the Andy Hicks thing, you win a frame, you win another frame, then there's a bit of pressure built on your opponent. So there's a little bit of pressure on Matthew. I know he's got a bit of a lead in this 8th frame, but it's a crucial frame for Matthew to stop his opponent's momentum and get him back to only within 1 to get through to the next round.
Great drama still to come before the end of Judgment Day Part 1. Dave, let's get straight back to the live action on Table 4 and find out if Matthew Stevens, the 2003 UK champion, can indeed move to within 1 of the winning line, or are they going to go all square at 4 apiece?
Yeah, thanks. It's a big moment actually, Rob, here on the colours, as you see, just 4 points in it. And, well, if Yize can win this frame, that's 4 on the spin, and then the match really is anybody's. Real battle of experience versus youth. This experience was winning out before the interval, but youth has come roaring back. Not the worst nudge on the green there. Matthew Stevens, the 2003 UK champion, was looking very good about an hour ago, but he's been pegged back. Stevens was hoping that yellow was going to run onto the cushion. It's 5-3 Hussein Vafaei over Robbie Williams. Williams just dominated the 8th frame. It's still 5-1 Joey Long against Jack Jones. But there goes the yellow. Ooh. and wasn't the worst little flick on the brown. Got a shot on the green with the long stuff.
What an opportunity. Yize. Actually, Stevens was in. He missed the red into this bottom right corner pocket when he was on. It was a forward break. There's his chance to go. This looks pretty good. Yeah, that was his chance to go 5-3 up, but oh, it's looking like 4-all. What a comeback from this young man. I said he was a talent, and 4-0 down. It didn't look like he had much of a chance, but while he's played here, this has been a tremendous match. Really top breaks in all the frames. This is the only frame that hasn't had a break over 50. But what a comeback from this young man. 4-all. All to play for. Best of 3 for a place in tomorrow's draw.
Yeah, he's clearly got a bit of steel about him, and well, he's stolen that frame. So 4-4, 4 on the spin. I think we should go to table 2 now to catch up with Zhou Long and Chat Jones, because Zhou Long on top with an early chance here, 5-1. Early chance to build up a lead in this frame as he looks to put himself into the draw.
14.
Yeah, didn't quite get there for the red.
19.
What he can do here is open up the black.
Zhou Long 19.
Yeah, Jack Jones has just struggled a bit this evening. He's a tough player. He's got a reputation of being quite a tough match player, but Zhou who's done most of the scoring. Just have a quick look ahead while we just sit here watching this to tomorrow, because of course we've got another 8 matches. Some real experience in the afternoon. Ding Junwei against Robert Milkins, Joe Perry, Graham Dott, Dave Gilbert, Mark King, and Jordan Brown against Zach Surety. Now he is maybe a sort of newer name to a lot of people. He's got himself into the final qualifying round.
Yeah, he's done very well, hasn't he? Zach Surety, I think this is his 2nd year on the tour.
Thanks.
Coming through. So all these points are very valuable for him. Trying to stay in the top 64 after 2 years just to retain his card, otherwise gotta go back to Q school. So the run in this UK Championship is definitely what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and then at night, Ali Carter against Liam Highfield, Matt Selt against Anthony Hamilton, Sam Craigie against Ian Burns, and an interesting one in particular, Zhao Dong against Andras Petrov from Estonia. Estonia's first ever professional. Can he get to the UK Championship? Properly, the final stages, that is.
That would be an incredible story, wouldn't it? Oh, the Estonian ambassador, didn't he? Came to watch him play at the British Open.
Well, he might be booking his tickets for York at this rate.
Yeah. A bit of Christmas shopping while he's there. Now, is he playing this extravagant plant here? Oof. He's been unlucky. He tried to screw the ball back into bog. Could be his last. Zhou Yulong knocks this red into the left centre pocket. The way the balls are situated and the way he's been playing, you'd expect him to win the frame of match. This is a tough little opener shot. This. Yeah, it wasn't straightforward. So. Chance for Jack Jones, 5-1 down, back against the wall. He's got to start producing some one-visit snooker.
Yeah, he made one decent break frame, 378. That's the sort of thing he needs to do again here. One visit stuff. Yeah, well, he just sort of came slightly too far with the pink to the middle. Looking at the blue now. Zhou has made breaks of 117, 52, 84. So, you know, he's been doing the heavy hitting, 78 actually as well. Station 44th in the world rankings. He has been up a size 40. Semi-finalist in the Gibraltar Open last season, but that, in terms of the prize money, which relates to the ranking points, not one of the highest tariffs, so it didn't really bolster his ranking that much.
This pink will go on the black spot on pot. Will only be available into the bottom right corner pocket. Go back up for blue off the next red. Blue or maybe a
13.
ball colour.
$14. 19.
Now we can run through for the pink if he wishes here.
20.
I don't want to do Jack Jones a disservice here, but Hussein Vafaei has a chance to win the match on table 1, so maybe we should get over there because he's 5-3 up and in the balls. So we'll keep you in touch with how this table's going, but this is what's happening now on table 1.
12.
Yeah, I think he's looked very good tonight. This has been a good match as well. There's been a lot between the oh well, just as we say.
Same with 5-12.
Wow, could you believe it? I was just going to say, it hasn't been much between these two players. Really good standard.
Very surprised at miss when you consider how well he has played tonight, but let's see, it's getting maybe a bit edgy.
Thank you. 1.
Well, that red just in the way.
Yeah, didn't want to play into the reds because never guaranteed.
6.
Just gone slightly wrong. This is not easy, this shot. This red into the corner. Doesn't know where the cue ball is going, so I don't blame him. He's refusing it, playing a safety shot, so it's gone wrong. Just 6
Robbie
from that
Williams, 6.
opportunity. It's close, this. He's left the red.
One.
Yeah, so Robbie Williams already with a useful lead in this frame. Some pink that Vafaei missed. As I say, we came over because we thought he had a chance to win the match.
Six. Robbie Williams, 6.
Well, well, well.
Missed that boy a long way as well. This would be an interesting shot. He could pot this red and try and bring the other 2 reds into play as well. Yeah, lovely shot.
One.
That's worked out nicely. Red has gone across to this bottom right corner pocket.
It's in Vafaei, 1.
He's missing easy balls now.
He got a little bit ragged, a little bit twitchy. Yeah. Just wants it kind of out the way now.
It's one of these where you just trying to just ball over the line, but it gets more difficult. We're so close. But oh, that's just a wonderful shot. How well he cued that in. Beautiful.
Six. Seven.
Sandy, that little kiss wasn't it on that red, just to knock the other red over the corner pocket. And drop this black in. Yeah, pretty good. So that all important, that red on the left hand cushion.
14.
Proved very vital. He'll need the pink as well if he gets down to that.
15. It's in 550.
What's going on here?
It's one of those frames. Anything can be potted and anything can be missed. I mean, the red he knocked in. You think, well, he's kind of back with it again, but well, it's in the balance, isn't it? 16 points in it.
This is not a good shot from Robbie. Short with the red. He's going to leave a long pot here. nervy out there, isn't it? I mean, they weren't showing much nerves in the beginning. As I said, it was a free scoring match, this, but it's starting to get a little bit nervy out there now. It's understandable.
Yeah, sorry, Ken, this new format, it's really emphasised the prestige of the event. You know, last year everyone came in round one, everyone was at York. Now, you know, you've got to wade through all these matches, and it's a big prize to get there, I think.
Yeah, and I think when you get there, it just makes it a bit more special, doesn't it? Lovely shot
One.
from Robbie. That was a beauty. Nicely on the blue. Cued this. Trusted the cue action. Played it lovely.
Well, it should be his frame. I'm going to suggest we go to table 2 now, because Zhou Long has a chance to get the match won. He's trying to get the yellow out off the side cushion. Hasn't quite done that. That's the shot he's just
13.
played there. So that's obviously the problem ball. He tried to get it off the cushion. You can see he's 22 behind here. Robbie Williams has potted the green, so it's going to be 5-4 there as expected. Now,
16.
bit of a stretch.
Yeah, he's not reaching that one. Well, I'll tell you what, if he takes this on with the rest down the cushion, what a tough shot this will be. 19 points behind, so he's going to need all 6 remaining colours. This will be some shot if he can manage to knock this yellow in and get on the green. It's one of these where, you know, you wouldn't blame him if he turned it down, but he's got into that situation. He sort of feels like he's compelled to go for it, and it's kind of cost him. He's left it.
Zhou Long 16.
Such a tough shot, that.
Yeah, looks like they're heading into another frame. So to confirm, Lyu Haotian's won 6-1. The same for 5-5-4. This is going to be 5-2. So we'll just allow Jack Jones to pop these, and then we'll go off to table 4, which is 4 each. Matthew Stevens and Yize. It was 4-0 to Matthew Stevens.
9. 14.
The yellow was big. It didn't come off for Zhou Long. So as I say, table 4 is calling, because Yize very much on the comeback trail. And as you can see, he's in here. He's trailing in this frame, but he's at the table.
4.
He's got a great chance, hasn't he? I mean, there's one safe red, the one behind the black, but even then, well back in the frame, he takes 5 reds and pinks here.
5.
Once he pots this pink, this will go on the black spot. And all 4 reds are in the open. Matthew Stevens already been in a couple of times. He hasn't made enough.
11.
Someone brought up the other day, Ken, a match you actually won at the Crucible, but I think you were 10-0 up against John Higgins, and he started to come back. Now, you still won the match, but he's not the sort of player you want coming back here.
No. Don't want anybody coming back at you when you're 10-0 up and all of a sudden it's 10-7. It's a horrible feeling when someone's chasing you and you've got a big lead. You know that. I think you should be done and dusted, and that's the way Matthew Stevens will be feeling this match. He would have already felt that this match should have been over by now, but all of a sudden he's got a chance to maybe go 1 down, 2 possible 2 to play. This young boy has come back out of the blocks after the interval and has played superbly well.
24.
I think that's what's fascinating, though, from the sort of psychological side, because that match you mentioned, or I mentioned, about you and John, if someone had said to you at the start of the match, you're going to be 10-7 up to John Higgins, you'd say, brilliant. But it's the fact you were 10-0.
Mm.
Not quite so good then.
No, definitely not. If somebody had said to me I was going to be 10-0 up against John Higgins, I would have thought they were barking mad. Now this is where it gets interesting. What does he do here? Does he play, after potting this red and the pink obviously, does he play to pot the red, the last red, or is he going to try and lay a snooker? He could lay a very difficult snooker here for Matthew Stevens.
31.
Does he play to pot it? Does he play for the snooker? What's going through his mind? Looks like he wants to play the snooker. Take it on, and if he misses, the black will cover the red. He may be able to leave a snooker. What's he going to play? Is he going to knock the red up the table? Oh, what a shot.
38.
What a shot, but again, fair play to him. I mean, he's gone for that full-blooded. If he misses it, he wasn't getting the cover on the black. Now he may play the snooker.
Black.
Black go.
He's going to play the snooker. Oh. Well, I thought it was a little bit too soft, but good snooker. Matthew Stevens in big trouble here.
Really is 4-0 up, everything good. But 4-4, 15 behind, snookered on the yellow, everything bad.
Safe. Oh, it doesn't want the yellow. That's the worst possible outcome.
Yeah, it's all turned around. So Wu Yize 19 in front now, so needs yellow and green here to take the lead. Well, it was a bit of a feet wiper, that one. So, deep breaths, green. To lead by 24 with 22 on. So some comeback now, of course. He's gone in the lead and maybe a different sort of pressure on him. Assuming he has won this frame, one snooker needed. Yeah, it's going to be his. So I think table one has got to be our next port of call, because the same Vafaei, he's in early on. Let's join this because he's 38 in front, 5-4 up on in Robbie Williams. Now last time we came over and I said it looked like he was going to win, he missed a pink almost immediately.
46. $47.
Remember, Vafaei had 2 centuries prior to the interval. Oh, now he's Mr. Black.
Same with 547.
Black off the spot.
You're a Jonah, David. Without
it's beginning to look that way, isn't it?
Shadow of a doubt. Commentator's course.
1.
That's unlucky. Anyway, past that blue would have been perfect. Now is the top red of that bunch of 5 is a pot into this bottom right corner pocket. If it does, that will certainly help him. You can pot the black, bring cue ball down the left hand side of the table for that red. Every shot is a pressure ball, particularly he's 45 points behind now. Good pot. Looks like that red is on the way he's walking around the table.
8.
Pretty tight. Now it's okay.
9.
Lovely shot. Has he got the angle? I'm
16.
Red. We can dislodge a couple of the other reds. No,
17.
Well, maybe he did. I think he thought he was going to get a little contact off the reds there. And that's why he played it. That's why he's lost the cue ball. He was expecting a little contact off the reds just to slow it down slightly. He's back in the game.
24.
Reduces arrears, but could have won the frame from that visit. This is dangerous. Doesn't want to leave a touching ball here. If he leaves a touching ball, he could be in trouble. That
Robbie
has to be a
Williams,
touching
24.
ball.
Touching ball.
Yeah, that's a poor shot from Robbie Williams. Could be in big trouble here, you know. The only saving grace maybe for him is that I don't think any of those reds are potable in the bunch, but it should really be well pretty close to this green with the cue ball, I would say. Not that difficult off the ball cushion, side cushion, ball cushion behind the green. There's the pace. It's okay, he's behind the green, and as I said, it was such a poor shot from Robbie Williams. Could cost him this, you know. Oh, he's played a good one there. Very, very good. Good touch.
Touching ball.
Good touching ball again. That's hard to believe how far the cue ball has travelled. Same shot on the different side. Yeah, I think the fact that all the 4 balls are covering each other, there's not one available, it sort of takes a little bit of pressure off this shot. But if he hits it, it's a little bit too hard like he has now, he might leave one on. Red in the middle. Red in the middle, maybe on.
22 in front. He's missed a couple unexpectedly, a pink and a black. Remember, he's 5-2 up in the match at one point. Having made 2 centuries, he was a big favourite then. Another chance for Hussein Vafaei to get to York.
Yeah, that safety shot's going to cost Robbie.
You see, I knew we were right to come over.
8.
Well, Vafaei's had a really good couple of years. Obviously won the shootout, but in other events as well. Welsh Open semis, got to the Crucible. He's a tough opponent for anyone.
Hold on, though.
That's incredible.
16.
Just needed to get on the red. Can he cut this in all the same? Well, one's flown in the middle.
17.
Maybe 2.
And the corner.
18.
It's the disappearing act to win the match. Incredible.
He's lucky there. I think he's just smashing the reds to try and hope to play a double, but also try and get them safe. Robbie Williams can't believe it. This UK Championship is finished. But he's had some good matches under his belt this week. He's been playing pretty good.
25.
What a strange ending that was.
They're saying Vafaei.
They're saying Vafaei, so they're half apologising, but he'll be happy for sure to have qualified for the final stages of this UK Championship. He had a couple of centuries. He led 5-2. He wins 6-4, and in due course we'll be able to speak to him. I think table 2 should be our next port of call, though, because Zhou Long is also on 5, of course, with Jack Jones on 2. So let's drop in here and just see what's happening. Jack Jones, of course, won that last frame. Zhou did have a chance to win 6-1. It was all about the yellow, which was on the cushion. Jack Jones missing that.
Jack Jones, 13.
So I tell you what, why don't we just drop in on table 4 as well, just to update people on that one. That's Matthew Stevens, Wu Yize, and that's 5-4 to Wu Yize. It was 4-0 to Matthew Stevens. Just get the feeling this could go all the way now.
Yeah. Good chance, isn't it, as well for Matthew Stevens? Had a chance like this in the previous frame, didn't make enough. Those 2 reds below the pink, both of them pot into this bottom right corner pocket. He was just dropping the blue in to try and get on one of those reds.
Two matches on
19.
then. This one and Zhou Long as well against Jack Jones. With Lyu Haotian and Vafaei already been qualified.
20.
He'll have to use all his wealth of experience here, Matthew Stevens, to try and force a final frame decider. He's sort of
25.
shell-shocked the way this match has gone from 4-0 at the interval. He thought, well, this is a piece of cake. Now he's one down with possible 2 to play, so it's a good break here just to reassert himself, give him a chance in a final frame decider. A lot of work to do here. This is not straightforward, that's all.
Well, we will return to this, of course, in due course, but we want to hear from Vafaei. He's our latest winner, and he is talking now to Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. So, Vafaei, you are in tomorrow's draw. 5-2 up, looked all very comfortable against Robbie Williams, a routine win against a man who made the British Open semi-finals just a month or so ago. But it got a little bit twitchy, didn't it, before you got across the finish line?
Yeah, to be honest, not too itchy, but I wasn't queuing well because I was thinking I lost my form and then I missed a few shots which I shouldn't miss, and I was thinking to fix them, and I was counting them. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already missed 4, 5 easy shots, and then I start thinking about my queuing, my line. And again, every frame I was trying to do something different. And then when you go. You don't know. It's hard to stop. That's why snooker is one of the hardest sports. As soon as you find it, the game has become so easy. But at the moment, I'm struggling with my techniques. Sometimes I change. I have 25 different cue action, 25 different grip. I don't know how I'm playing now.
Well, you got across the line, so you've got some time to fix it. Are you working with anyone who can help you when you go through these days where you think, I'm just not feeling quite right? Is there anyone that can assist you?
I don't have anyone to help me. Sometimes, yeah, Mike Dunn, I ask him, can you fix this? He will fix it. But sometimes mentally, like now, you have to see where you're gonna hit. Sometimes you lost your line, you're trying too many different things, and then you lose your previous technique, and then you're trying to go back, and then you don't know what was it. So that's why sometimes players struggling because of technique. So at the moment for me, yeah, because as soon as I change my cue, my cue is a little bit thick, so it's hard for me every time since first day I wasn't happy with it, but I like it because John Paris make it for me, and I said I have to play with this. And then I get results with it, but I don't know why I'm not happy with it.
Well, I guess, you know, you've got to follow your instinct, and hopefully things will work out for the best. And what you're describing might explain why at certain points in that match we saw you produce some unbelievable long pots, and then there were inexplicable misses, like the pink looked absolutely routine. We couldn't believe that didn't go in. So hopefully you'll have enough time to try and feel better about the cue between now and the last 32, because you're in the draw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, you know. It's every day is different. You wake up, you have different feeling, and you don't even think about your technique. You don't even think. Some days you wake up, you even thinking how you are walking. So, so you know, it's just tough. It's tough, and I keep going. You know, it's just same as always. See what's gonna happen. Doesn't matter win or lose. Yeah.
Well, you're in philosophical mood, and the good thing is you are in the draw, and good memories from your run last year. You beat Mark Selby in the second round, and you're going straight into the two-table setup. Any preference who you draw tomorrow?
I don't, you know, it's Rob. You know, it's just I don't care, to be honest. I don't care who I'm playing, who's in front of me, who is not in front of me. I respect all of them. I respect all the players on the tour, but to be honest with you, everyone tough. Everyone, they have two hands, two legs, so everyone can make 147, and everybody tough on the tour. To be honest with you, it's hard to win match. Some people coming, they are good players, but when they lose their way as well. You actually think they are a good player. How they not winning match? Because it's tough. It's very tough. So that's why I don't care anymore about the draw.
Okay. Well, look, one shot we'd love to show you before we hand back to Dave and Ken.
One.
You probably couldn't do this again for £1 million. Okay, here we go. I don't know whether we can see this full frame. There we go.
Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful.
Champagne snooker.
Oh my God, beautiful.
a nice wave to Robbie as well. But yeah, that was a moment we don't see too often. Well, Hussein, the very best of luck when you do walk out at the Barbican. You are in it. We're going to see you at the two-table setup. I hope you get that cue action sorted out and feel better about your game when we see you at the Barbican in a couple of days. Well done.
Thanks very much. Thanks everyone who's been watching us and all the organizers. Love you all.
Okay, so Hussein is done and dusted, but there are a couple of matches still going on as we edge towards the end of Judgment Day Part 1. Dave, Ken, back to you. He was in philosophical mood there, wasn't he?
He was, and he's left you not so much holding the baby as the microphone. But anyway, he's obviously got somewhere to get to. Now then, it's getting serious here on table 2. Still 5-2 to Zhou Long, 15 in front, but Jack Jones looking to extend this match. Pull one back and threaten a full-scale recovery. And it's still 5-4 to Yize against Matthew Stevens. That's not far off going 5 each, so we'll keep an eye on both these tables.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, if he's looking for a cue action, same Vafaei, I think we're
17.
all in trouble. You might have to ask Ronnie for where he found his, because he was looking for one not so long ago, wasn't he?
Yes, we've had the full gamut in those interviews today, haven't we? All sorts of things have been said.
Let's not go there, Dave. Let's see what's happening here. It's got a bit twitchy on this table, even though Zhou Long was 5-1 up.
22.
Just a straightforward black in this frame when he looked to be all but over the line, giving Jack Jones a chance. 9 points behind.
$23.
Very impressive break from Matthew Stevens, isn't it, on table 4?
Yeah, he's up to 84, so it's going to be 5 each. We'll be over there shortly for the decider, I'm sure, but we're just going to see how this frame pans out here, because of course Jack Jones slips up, it could be the last of the match.
He played that one nicely.
30.
He won't be doing anything. but just try and leave that cue ball up for a ball colour. You've got a choice then of green, brown. Nice held for the blue.
31.
He's okay. But sometimes he could overhit that. Just a bit of adrenaline. You could end up straight on the blue, and then you've got to play the yellow from mid-distance. But he's okay. Got a nice angle. Come off this one cushion, get down towards that yellow. And for all money, it looks like it's going to be another frame on the board for Jack Jones. So he's not giving
36.
up the ghost just yet. Reduce his arrears from 5-1 to 5-3. But he's just got to keep his composure here. Only up to the blue required.
$38. $41. $45.
He's taken these nicely, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He looks assured now. He was struggling earlier on, and well, it ain't over till it's over. 5-3. Zhou Long still, he's a favourite, but got to get across that winning line. So 2 matches left on. This one 5-3, the other one 5 each. Will be there shortly for that decider. But credit to Jack Jones here for digging deep. $56 and a frame. Yeah, so he's done well to pull that one back. 5-3, and Zhou Long still, and because it was 5-1, still a frame from a place in the draw tomorrow, which will be between sessions. We don't know the specific time because it depends on how long the afternoon session is, but we will bring that to you. This is the scene here at Ponds Forge. 4 tables. You've got the sort of main table, but as you can see, the other 3 just alongside it. Quite a nice arena, Ken.
It is lovely, yeah, I must say. And of course, there's 4 tables at the back of those tables there, just where the black screen is. Another 4 tables out the back, and yeah, lovely setup here, I must say. And the conditions have been pretty good. When I played here last week, clots and ice, and a little bit slower than what we've been used to, but still nice to play on. You know, sometimes they can get a little bit fast. I don't know. And I thought the conditions were pretty good. It was a little bit cold during the early part of the week. I think they fixed the aircon and got a little bit more heat in there, which is better for the tables, of course. And no, I must say, I really like playing here, Ponds Forge, here, or even the Institute of Sport, of course, just up the road near the arena. That's a nice venue as well. The tables always play pretty good in there as well. But yeah, lovely setup. And even if you're coming as a spectator, I don't know how much it is in, but it's probably you probably get in for free, can you?
I believe it's a tenner, but that's for all day.
All day, yeah. I mean, it's great value. Wonderful value.
Well, we're about to go to table 4 for that decider. Matthew Stevens and Wu Yize are just waiting for Wu to return. It was 4-0 to Matthew. He trailed 5-4. He's just made a 91 break. Matthew Stevens to level up, so we shall see how this decider is going to pan out. Wu Yize returning to the arena.
So here we go, our first decider today.
Yep, I knew we'd get one eventually.
To be honest, I thought we'd get a few more, but we may have some tomorrow. Some great matches coming up tomorrow, I must say. Not a bad break off, but he has left this red. Cue ball not tight to that ball cushion, so maybe worth having a go at this long red from Matthew Stevens here. Probably thinking, well, maybe the only red he could possibly leave on. What way is he going to play this? He's going to play it for the black, or is he going to play it back up for a ball colour or blue? Maybe. It looks like he's playing it with a bit of pace. Needs a bit of luck, and he hasn't got it. That double kiss was not great for him. It was a big shot to take on.
So 19-year-old Wu is a second season professional with an early opportunity here to certainly build up a lead in this decider. He only scored 38 points before the interval, so you know, he didn't really get any sort of look in. Stevens had breaks 126, 63, 75, 57. He was looking like an early night at that point.
It's not a great shot at all. Dig into the cue ball to avoid the kiss on the blue. Sort of played that shot, hoping to get a better kiss, but needs a good shot on the yellow with the rest. Good recovery. There's your luck. It's okay. It's on the
3.
It's on the red. They play a little cannon on the green here just to stop the white. You could avoid the green, play for the blue, but good play. Yeah. I think he tried to play on the cannon, to be honest, to try and hit the green and slow the pace of the cue ball down. Position here.
Yeah, it didn't come to much in the end, did it? That little chance.
I think it was the first red. He should have been a bit braver on that first red. Tried to avoid the kiss on the blue and go up for a ball colour. It's understandable. A bit nervous. Last frame. Big match this for Yize. Good opener. Just Stevens here. But still, these reds, there's only one really loose red. That's the one just to the right of the pack in the open. I'd love to get on the black off that red. On this brown is not fantastic. This is a big shot. Pink in and out of ball with the cue ball. He's going to play this with a lot of pace. Didn't want that kiss on the yellow.
7.
Now you've scuppered his chance here. Still has a pot in this red, but gotta be careful of the cue ball. It could be gone very close to the left centre pocket.
It's already a bit edgy, this decider. No great surprise, I suppose. Big prize up for grabs, being through to the draw. Two players actually who are both, it's a bit early in the season, but they're both on that cut-off for the tour. Top 64 at the end of the season. Matthew Stevens is 60 and Yize is 69, so points earned in this event, and they're on 7,500 now. It goes up to 10,000 guaranteed for the last 32. That's going to help for sure.
Yeah, big match for both, isn't it? I think these will be okay for the top 64 though over the course of the season. They're bound to win a lot more matches. This is a big one. Oh, match. Didn't expect that. fluked it, has he? Oh, has he got a cover? I don't think he's got the cover on it, has he? No, so disappointment there. Let's use your opponent. That was a chance, wasn't it?
It was a bit of a stomp back to the seat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Can tell a lot by a snooker player's walk.
Well, this is a difficult shot. I mean, it looks easy, but he's got to control this dead weight for the black. This looks a bit heavy, is it?
One.
It's okay. Ooh, slightly hampered by the red. But if you could pot this black off, cue ball off the top cushion, the two reds just above the black are both available into the opposite corner pocket. Big shot, this one. Get back in position. Wow, would you believe it? He is like 2 or 3 inches there from being absolutely perfect. He may not take this red on. If the red is on into the left middle, the one that's close to the left middle, if he's on that, he could have taken that one on. He's having a look at it now. It might be a better choice, you know, if he's on it. Come down to fractions, can't it, in this game, you know? An inch, millimeters sometimes. There's the pace, looks okay. Could be on the blue or the yellow, or even the brown. The blue is perfect. He's had a look at the red just beside the pink. Is that available? If not, there's at least 4 or 5 reds down just below and around the pink spot here available. So what a chance here. Matthew Stevens, former winner of course of the UK Championship.
14.
He's been put through the ringer here. Was 4-0 up, went 5-4 down.
15.
Big chance.
Yeah, big opportunity. He made 91, remember, in the last frame, but this is where it's all on the line now. We've seen some early nerves from both players. Matthew Stevens is still a player, I think, with a big fan base, snooker fans of long standing. Remember him coming through as a young lad, and of course won the Masters, won this, a couple of world finals in there.
Position slightly. That cue ball came off that right hand side cushion a lot harder than he would have liked. It's a bit of a stretch for this, you know. Once again, this black is a similar shot to the first black he had. Can he get on those two reds above the black into the opposite corner pocket? I'm quite sure it's a natural angle just off this top cushion. Put a little bit of side on it just to help it. Yeah, this time he's got it right. Good shot, that. Almost a little sort of deep breath of relief there, wasn't there, for Matthew as he walked around the table.
29.
So far so good. There's a red safe on the side cushion, which I guess suits him with the lead. Just to say, Zhou Long's also in with a chance early on. It is early on, 24-0, 5-3 up against Jack Jones.
37.
Yeah, this could be a shot to send them into the next round and place in that draw tomorrow. You may have to play a little cannon on the Reds here just to develop one or two of them. He's taking his time to compose himself. He still has the loose red next to the pink, but this is a shot into the Reds here. Try and develop one or two. Oh, yeah, nice shot. Played nicely. Now if you can pot this red, get on blue or black.
44.
Should be home and hose, as they say, and in that next round. This could go wrong.
45.
Well, he's got it, but he's going to be slightly hampered with this red, with the blue into the left centre. This is Yize's only hope, I feel. He'll be hoping that the blue will roll off or a kick or something here, but this maybe his only chance. Oh well. Didn't go in the middle of the pocket, did it, Dave?
It did not, no. But it went in. That's all that really matters, ultimately. So, Matthew Stevens, 53 to the good. 67 on. It will be nice to think there are still good things ahead for Matthew Stevens. He's always been a lovely player to watch. And, well, he's younger than Ronnie O'Sullivan, who's world champion.
Well, I think these last couple of frames, I think, have shown a lot of character. Matthew Stevens, his still has it. He's still got plenty of bottle when it comes to big stage. 54 ahead, just needs the pink. Yeah, I think it's been a real good test from this match, which is good in a way. A really good test, and to come through it, you would feel now just needs one more red. Get a lot of satisfaction, I think. It's just the way he played in
57.
the first part of the match to go 4-0, but also when he went behind to show the character to make these two breaks. But he just need, as I said, one more red to guarantee safety to the next round.
Yeah, it really is about this red now. If it goes in, it's surely the Welshman's night, and he'll be in that draw tomorrow for the Barbican in York, where of course he won the title back in 2003.
Yeah, beating Stephen Hendry in the final there as well. Not many people could boast that on their CV. Final of a UK Championship. Ronnie O'Sullivan did it when he was just 17, didn't he?
15.
So in goes the red, and surely Matthew Stevens is going through to take part in the final stages. And I could tell you, Zhou Long is very close to joining him, and Zhou Long is actually on reds and blacks on 72 on table 2. So we'll just watch this next shot and then maybe get over there. Okay, that match should be over. Let's get to table 2 because Zhou Long looking to go out in style. Here we go. He's already just got to the snooker's required stage, but he's still on the black here. Okay, he's work to do for the maximum, but he can give it a go.
Yeah, he can relax now. He's in the next round. He's played really
64.
well tonight, I think, Zhou Long.
Yeah, it's 5-1 up, and Jack Jones has made the mini comeback, but this is impressive again, making a big break
65.
to win it. Could be a really big break.
Good shot, this. Now, just wondering, is he going to play for the loose red? It's closest to the right-hand side cushion. Yeah. That's not too bad. He's got a nice angle now. So he can play.
72.
He's got to play a little cannon on one of these reds, because that will open up the two reds into this pocket. Oh!
Well, it's a shame. He wanted the 147. Of course he
5 minute
did.
match.
Who doesn't?
Joey.
But 88 has won in the match. That's the most important thing. There'll be more chances for big breaks in York next week because Zhou Long will be part of the final stages. He's beaten Jack Jones 6-3. So I guess you should go back to table 4. They're still playing there. It's playing for snookers, and it's well, a very tall order. Will Yize trying, you suspect in vain, but he's got to give it a go, I suppose.
Yeah, you don't blame him for playing on here, but I'll tell you what, we've been treated to some really top quality snooker this afternoon, and indeed tonight. A lot of big breaks, some great matches, and a lot of players playing really well going into that draw tomorrow.
Yeah, we've had some really good snooker, really good stories, and of course tomorrow we have 8 more names to come through. We will of course have interviews coming up shortly with the winners. Zhou Long, and it looks of course like Matthew Stevens.
So that's the black here. There's that 46 points behind. 25 remaining. So basically 3 4-point snookers are the possibility of 1 4-point snooker and a free ball. Cue ball behind the black. Right up into the ball area. Short pace and he's left the red. So Matthew Stevens, one of those names that in the draw that, you know, the top 16 would be saying, well, I hope it's not him I'm playing.
Yeah, a lot of them kind of grew up with him, and they've got long memories of how good he is, how good he's been, how good he might be again. Well, it does seem a big ask, this, but alternative to shake hands. Just lost control of the exchange, that's the problem.
Chance for Matthew. They try and get that cue ball down behind black and pink here. Cause knocking the black relatively safe. If the red goes in, I was going to say if the red goes in, it could be a handshake. They'll try and knock the red over the corner pocket. One of the corner pockets are on her. Over.
Okay, well, it looks very much like Matthew Stevens is through. We'll let you know if there's any change. But let's go to our latest winner. Zhou Long is talking to Rob Walker.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yes, we will keep a very, very close eye on just how soon Matthew Stevens gets over the line in that decider. Zhou, many congratulations. We thought you were going to finish with a maximum.
No, I because I paid the 2 red before. It cannot be maximum.
But you were looking, you gave you put your fist on the table. You were a bit frustrated, despite the fact that you'd won the match.
Yeah, I just want to clean up. So, yeah, I missed that red. I don't want to miss it.
But you came through in fine style in the end. It looked like it was going to be easier than it was. You're in the draw tomorrow, and you're back in the last 32 of the Barbican. Good memories of the semi-finals from a couple of years ago.
Yes, that was the Milton Keynes, but it's unfortunately it's no fans in that. So yeah, last year I lost to last 6-2 to Zhou, decide the French. So this time I come back. So I wish I will keep to final or something.
Do you feel you're ready to take the next step? Zhou Xiantong won so brilliantly last year. Your good friend Yan Bingtao has won the Masters. You've got just as much ability as them.
Yeah. So I will wish like I will get soon one trophy for myself. Yeah.
Well, one step at a time. Any preference tomorrow as to who you draw, or do you not care?
I don't care. Yeah, just play yourself. So yeah, if you like, I can do much better. I think I can push the pressure to my opponent.
Well, we shall see. Many, many congratulations. We'll see you at the Barbican in the two-table setup. Thank you very much to Zhou. Right, table 4 has finished. Matthew Stevens is over the line. Remember, he went 4-0 up. Yize then came back with 5 in a row, and Matthew has taken it. He's moved through to the last 32 at the Barbican and other venues for the 21st time. The champion from 2003. Absolutely sensational performance. We are just waiting. I can see now. Matthew comes straight in. Zhou, thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to give the microphone to Matthew, who will step straight in. Brilliant performance. Great end to the match. Here he comes, the 2003 champion. On that white line, if you would, Matthew. Great way to finish the match. And you started with an absolute blitz of big breaks, but you showed some character at the end.
I don't know where that came from, really, but yeah, from 4-0, he's got him first, mid 73 on a max, 4-1, and like you could see in his face, he fancied it, and I thought, because he's so fearless, you know what I mean? And I missed one the next frame. He's gone but by the time I turned around, he was 4-4, and like I thought, oh, what's going on here? I should have won the frame to go 5-3. I was 50 in front, and the table started to play a little bit heavy, and then, well, it was probably just me, but no, I'm just, delighted that I got a bit lucky in one of the frames at 5-4. Snookered him behind the yellow. It was a fraction. I think if he can see that, he wins. But what a player, what a talent.
And you must take some heart when you watch the draw. I know you'll be back home having a rest and having a practice. You've shown some really good composure, and this has been another good run. And yet again, you're at the business end of the UK Championship.
Well, I wouldn't say the last 32 was the business end yet, but I've been there quite a few times. But I'm just happy to be still in. I got a chance of having a good run.
And what do you make of this tweaked format? Most people seem to have enjoyed the fact that we're now on a judgment day, and it means when you arrive at the Barbican, you're not arriving at one of 8 tables in the flat 1 to 8. You're going straight into the 2-table setup front and centre.
It's not so good for me. I had to win 3 matches to get the last 32, so last year I had to win 2. So it is what it is. There's nothing much you can do about it. If you keep winning matches, you're going to do well. So that's the way I look at it. But I just want to know when I'm playing now.
Well, and apart from that, do you even care who you face tomorrow?
No, not really. Not particularly, no.
Been there, done it, and you're in the shake-up again.
Well, I've been there a few times, so yeah, I'm playing okay. So I've won 3 matches to get there, so I feel pretty good. Great
stuff. Thanks very much, Matthew.
Cheers,
brilliant work in the decider. So Matthew Stevens will be in the draw tomorrow. A little high five between himself and Ken Doherty, 2 great pros. Ken, step in there. Of course, there's a long way to go, and he'd love to win the title again, as he did in 2003. But no shortage of class there from Matthew, especially having been 4-0 up and then finding himself on the verge of defeat.
Well, I was just saying to David in the commentary there, I mean, he showed a lot of character there, showed a lot of bottle, as we say, in the game. Because when you're 4-0 up and all of a sudden you're 5-4 down, you're completely shell-shocked. And, your arms get heavy, you think, I've lost it here. And it's very easy for the guy just to step in and win it in one visit. But he showed a lot of character. He got 1 chance in the penultimate frame, took it. He got 1 chance in the final frame and took it. And, it really showed a lot of quality, a lot of experience, but a lot of bottle.
And speaking about bottle, Zhou looked like it was all going to be one-way traffic.
Yeah.
in his China versus Wales match. But, you know, Jack clawed his way back into the match, and Zhou said at the end, you know, when I made mention of Zhou Xiantong winning so well last year and Yan Bingtao having won the Masters and storming his way up to the top 16, he says, I've got to win a trophy. Yeah. And he's got the talent, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's the way he should be thinking. You know, he should be thinking that, you know, I'm as good as these guys, you know, and I can do it if I keep working hard. And the most important thing in any sport is your belief, you know, your belief and your commitment. You've got to keep committing to the game, keep doing the practice, and also keep believing in yourself, because the game will give you lots of knocks on the way, and it's not the knocks that you get, but it's the times that you get back up from getting the knocks and coming back for more. I think that's a testament to the character of great sportsmen, you know, and if you want to be a winner, that's what you have to do, and that's what Zhu Long has to learn from Ding, he has to learn from Bingtao, he has to learn against Zhou Xiantong, what they've done to get there. But he's definitely knocking on the door, and it wouldn't surprise me, you know, if he could cause an upset next week, and also that he gets on the winners' rostrum maybe this season, if not next season. But he's knocking on the door for sure.
And I loved his attitude when I mentioned to him that he made the semis a couple of years ago. He said, yeah, but that was at Milton Keynes and there was nobody there. There's obviously a little part of him that loves being the showman. Yeah. Judgment Day Part 1 is over. Here's a quick clarification as to who has made it. And the headline act, of course, Jimmy White through to the Barbican for the last 32 for the first time in more than a decade. It's been absolutely superb so far. What a story for Jimmy.
I mean, absolutely fantastic. You know, at the ripe young age of 60, and he won't mind me saying that, but what a win for him. There you see that the lads that all got through today. But Jimmy White will take all the headlines. He's qualified for the last 32 of the UK Championship at the age of 60. What a performance, great belief, great ambassador, a great hero to many, brought many to the game, to take up the game. And he's still going strong after all these years. I don't know how many years, 40-odd years of professional, 42 years of professional, incredible career. You know, and it's great to still see him still loving the game, and still has that wonderful enthusiasm to still compete and to still practice and to still dedicate his life to the game, and that's just fantastic. You know, he deserves everything he gets.
And I really hope he gets a standing ovation when he comes down.
Don't worry.
It might not be Jack Lisowski. If it is, everyone's going to think it's a fix. Jimmy had read somewhere it was Jack Lisowski. It is a wide open draw tomorrow. So we're halfway through the Judgment Day drama, but we've still got 24 hours, well, maybe 25, 26 hours, depending on how late it finishes tomorrow night. Here's a clarification as to what's coming up tomorrow afternoon. And on table 1, it's Ding Junhui against Rob Milkins. What a mouth-watering match that is, Ken.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. I mean, you know, there's a tough match for both players. Ding, obviously, former champion a couple of times. Robert Milkins coming into some great form as well. You know, so that's going to be a tough match for both players there. Dave Gilbert against Mark King, another really tough one. Joe Perry against Graham Dott. I mean, how tough is that one as well to call? And then you've got Jordan Brown against Zach Shorty, who's won, you know, 3 matches. He's done so well even to get to this stage, but he won't be happy with that. And of course, he's up against the former Welsh Open champion. But lovely story for Zach Shorty as well. You know, who knows? He won't stop there.
Strange things happen.
Yeah.
Huge prestige, huge prize money and ranking points on the line. Ken, you have put in a shift and a half.
Haven't we all?
I said the tournament's loss was the broadcasting department's gain. We're delighted to have had your expertise and your company. Ken will be doing the draw, which will happen at the end of the afternoon matches tomorrow afternoon. We are getting there. Judgment Day Part 1 has delivered. Join us for Part 2. We are edging ever closer to completing the lineup for the big draw for the Cazoo UK Championship, which starts at the last 32 at the Barbican on Saturday. Today, though, belongs to one man. Hold on to your hats. The whirlwind is in town.
vandaag. Weer een neek, heavy el through that. Heavy el through that. The Etty Ulfric.
Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
It has been a blockbuster.
Hot shots fire.
The legend.
Sharpshooters strike.
Robbie O'Sullivan is in seventh heaven.
And thrill seekers zoom. There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.